Okay, very good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hi, thanks for having me here today. Before we start, so I'll do a quick introduction. So my name is CP. Yeah, I think Cheryl has really introduced myself to all of you. So like many of you here, I have experience doing learning and development in various industries. So currently, when I'm asked to introduce myself, it's also a bit difficult because I do many different things. So essentially, I'm still doing a bit of HR work. Yeah, I do work with Stanchart Venture, but mainly in the past year is to either close down or downsize their fintech. So Stanchart Venture is the startup investment arm of Stanchart Bank, Standard Chartered. So they do a lot of investment into a lot of fintech. So myself and two more others, we were engaged by them to look after their portfolio company. And mainly for the last 1.5 years, it's been quite bad for the fintech. So I still do a lot of very hardcore HR stuff like terminating staff, disciplinary procedure. In recent months, a bit of coaching because the market is like improving. So helping them to do a bit of workforce planning. So that's a bit of my HR role. All right. So I do a lot of training as well, mostly external, or I say all external, right? External training, mainly in the area of HR leadership, right? And I do coaching for some of the consultancy company like SHL and Gallup, who are in this space. One other role that I play is lecture. So I do part-time lecturing in NTU, right, as well as Murdoch University, and we'll be starting a module with SUSS if the intake is good, right? They have not been able to have enough intake for the past, 2 years. So they are trying to revive their programs. Okay, Singapore, we are facing a real challenge for the government education institution because of the reduction in the population. So you all see in the news, a lot of schools combine, right? It's because of that reason. Okay, even Polytechnic now, I have friends who are lecturing there. The lecturers are now forced to conduct evening classes for adults, which they usually don't do, right? Because of all this. So yeah, so that's my other 1/4. And one last bit of me is I run my own practice in HR consulting work. Okay, so that's a bit of a background. I'm also happy to share that I had a small contribution to the OSIM Academy. Yeah, it was a small one. It was an idea that we talked about when we were next door at the Starbucks lobby. There was a cafe back then. I think there was a cafe. Not the Hugs. Hugs is new. All right, some other cafe, I can't remember. So we kind of talked about the idea, then it became what it is. So I'm very glad that, for a local Singapore company, I'm local. Right? It's always very good to see a company willing to invest in L&D, which I often say is not easy, and it's not probably becoming easy for you. Maybe easier. For government money, things are a bit easier, but there's always a lot of admin and so on. And today, of course, what we want to do is to focus on talking about the academy. So I think Cheryl has really, given you all some pep talk or preparation for today. So pretty sure there'll be a lot for you all to share, to discuss during this session. And what we want to do today, right, and I want to do with you today is to leverage an interesting activity called the Box Breakthrough Experience, created by a guy called Jimbo Clark, an American guy who is currently in Taiwan. Right, it's a very experiential process where we put you through thinking about something that matters a lot to you, right? And in this case, today's topic is on the academy, right? How it matters to you, right, is your own personal reflection. And through this personal reflection, right, this process of getting you thinking about your personal perspective on the academy and how, why, right, what and how it is important to you, we will bring all of you together to also share among each other. Now, of course, it's not that you have not been talking about the academy. I think you talk about the academy every day or every other day or every other meeting, all right? But sometimes we are so busy about in talking about the operations, right, the day-to-day, we get a bit detached away from, how is this actually something that is important to me? And as a group, how is it important to us, right? What you probably talk about a lot of time is how is it important to the organization, Right? The work that you do, right? On the day-to-day, your KPI is all about the organization. Now, of course, if I ask you this, right? If it's important to the organization, right? How can it be important to you? What do you get if something that you do is important to the organization? What will you get?
Achievement.
Achievement. What does achievement translate to?
Satisfaction.
And satisfaction translate to?
Happiness.
Happiness comes from?
More money.
More money, right? Precisely. Right? The salary that you get every month, right? Very good, right? Well said, right? The money that you get every month, your bonuses or whatever, your incentive and so on, right? All this is, there was this wise man who said this, right? A job is not something that you do that you like. It's something that gives you the money to then do what you like. Okay, all right. That is what a job is. Now, of course, again, some of us see it as a job, some of us see it as a career, right? Whatever, no right or wrong. Okay, but today we want to go beyond just money, right? Whenever we answer a question, right, regard to what we do, and the answer is money, that is never the reason. The reason cannot be about the money, right? The money is the what, right? What do you get? But it's not the why. Simply because we can all get money doing something else. More or less, more or less. Okay. All right. Some of us will be doing a bit of those things. Like you go to the 4D Singapore pools, you buy Toto, right? Think about it, right? Today you try Toto, will you still come back here? I don't know. Okay, you don't have to answer this question. Right? After I dream about if I get Toto, I probably take a break from all the things I'm doing. Or maybe not, right? Maybe I still continue doing because why? I really love what I do. So it cannot be about the money. Money is the outcome, right? It's not the reason, it's not the purpose. Okay, so first thing first is as we go through the reflection, right? The what money, yes, it's at the back of your mind, okay, but it's not something that should decide what you do or how you frame the importance of something to you. Okay, all right. I'd like to hear from you and get to know all of you, right? All in all, Cheryl will introduce and tell me about the team, but it's always good to put a face to the name finally. So if I can just ask each of you to go through one round, right? Cheryl can introduce if you want, but I really know you very well. And just to know what you do, your role in the academy, yeah, something about you. Yeah. Anyone can start.
Yeah, I start. All right. So, hi, CP. My name is Telvin. I've been with the academy for about 5 years. All right. So, prior to that, of course, I'm in the fashion retail industry. So, and I'm always I always love learning and development because I always believe in making a meaningful difference to someone who I work with. Yeah, regardless of which level. So, I'm mainly, let's say in the academy, I mainly deal with talking about more day-to-day, a bit more day-to-day operations. But of course, besides Singapore, I'm also working with Taiwan and of course some of the various subsea. One of the key thing is of course talking about system like new men, all right, about new staff system because this is something that I need to actually help the organizations to kind of like align. Yeah, so one of the big part of it, of course, the other part will be more towards the employee engagement, like some of the annual events like staff awards, sales awards. Sorry,
sales award mainly sales award.
Mainly sales awards. Okay. Yeah, correct. And of course, in terms of starting this year, it will be moving more into how to build a service culture within the organizations moving forward.
Oh yeah, wow. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Is service part of your corporate values in OC? Is it spelled out clearly as one of the values? Not. Okay. That will be a goal.
Yeah, a goal.
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Kevin.
So you spell out, is it a goal?
Okay, if we spell out, it becomes a value. And your goal could be for it to be part of the corporate values. But it's a goal. Yeah. So it requires a lot of engagement. Yeah. Because one of the things that we talk about when you want to cascade culture, very fundamentally is it something that is visual? And it's a chicken and egg thing, right? if you don't get people to demonstrate the behavior, it's not visual. For it to be visual, the people must want to demonstrate the behavior, right? On a day in, day out basis. People want to talk about it. So that's why you have this thing called corporate values, right? And in some company, they plaster the corporate values everywhere, right? They paint it in the reception. You go to the meeting room, they got a wall, they got a poster. Right? Some of you may have seen those before, maybe in your other places, right? Last time, screensaver, our laptop screensaver, if you doze off or you stone enough, you see, suddenly the screen becomes all the corporate values. Then a mouse pad also corporate value. Last time you got mouse pad. Every other thing you get from company got corporate values on it. Why? Remind you that this is important. And then as you get reminded, right? Okay, we call these artifacts okay, in org culture. Then you will want to demonstrate. Yeah. So it's about making it visual, and that's the role that corporate values in a way plays. Of course, after a while, you need to make sure that people really demonstrate. And who will be the most important people in your mind that need to demonstrate corporate value? Bosses, role model. If bosses don't do it, employee will say, then this is not important. Challenging, but it will be very fun if you can do it. Thank you. Yes.
Morning, CP. Hi, I'm Terence. So nice to meet you in person.
Yeah, finally,
Yeah. Okay, for myself, I've been in training also in various industries. Then if Tywin is 5 years, I'm 4 years, 11 months. 1 month after him.
Okay.
Yeah. So, okay, basically, my area is talking about supporting, for example, our franchisee in terms of leadership and some of the other trainings. Then I was also involved in customer service training, for example, our customer service department, and also stores and delivery people. And I'm also tasked to look into the system of succession planning for our sales leader in particular. Yeah, I think that's my role.
So two of you will be working very closely when it comes to the service culture.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Succession planning is challenging. Everything we do in HR is challenging, to be honest. Succession planning will be one where a lot of different methods, but the question is always, how do you identify the successor? Right? Do you use the current leader to benchmark, or you look at the future? Right? Because the current leader, who the person is today, may not be suitable as a leader in the future. Right? But once you talk about future, it's a prediction. Yeah, it's never cast in stone. It's like you need a crystal ball. So you have to create a crystal ball. Challenging, but it will be very fun. Okay, thank you, Terence.
Hi, CB. Nice to meet you again. My name is Ray.
Yes,
You are
we met many years ago.
Yeah, we met about 5 years ago.
5 years, 5 years.
You are my DIC instructor.
It was at the Burger King, right? If I remember,
correct,
BK, right?
Yeah.
Yishun.
Yes.
Yeah, I still remember the BK. Yeah.
Yeah, good memory. Yeah. So I'm happy to see you again. Nothing have changed. Still young.
I still look the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. So my role actually, I'm in the company about 23 years. So actually, previously I working as a sales manager for 17 years. So I have been have an opportunity to come into L&D. So for the academy, actually maybe 2 to 3 years, I come to because previously is a local L&D I supporting. Okay. So now actually I'm doing sales trainer from this organization also as well. So actually right now we will have diagnosed the sales gap. And actually, we decided the program for them, sales trainer, sales skill training.
Yeah.
At the same time, actually, previously you can see we have a new launch product also as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, correct. So for my role for these 2 years, I will go into the China, Hong Kong market to do physical training over there to close the sales gap and bring in the sales result. Yeah. So this is my role over here. Thank you.
Good. You have a salesperson in the team that can help you with the identification of sales leaders.
Very true. Yeah, need a lot of support from him.
Okay, so if I ask you one question, Ray, you've been doing sales training for so long, and you have met so many salespeople, right? And you interacted a lot with them, right?
Yeah.
If there is one thing that you can spot in a trainee that tells you, wow, this person is going to be a very good sales person, right? what will be the one thing you can spot?
Mm,
Or you can identify based on the way the person, you know, behave during your training. Wow, you say this person was likely going to be a good salesperson.
Means like sell very well.
Yes.
okay, maybe actually I can also few point lah.
Mm.
The confidence level.
Okay.
So love the product. Secondly, they if for the skill level is how they ask question to find out customer the need and
Mm.
pinpoint also as well.
Mm.
Yeah, this is those actually top salesperson they will actually demonstration out lah.
Have those they can demonstrate those behavior lah.
Yeah, correct. And then it's very good rapport building.
So in DISC, right?
Yeah.
Since we talk about DISC, I think you are still using this, right? What particular type do you think is important for a salesperson in DISC?
If actually for me, I think it's like I and D actually will be the top salesperson.
Mm.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, okay, good. Right. I and D is the one that make your behaviors, someone who demonstrate their behaviors openly, regardless of the person. Yeah, in other words, you can say it's a person with quite thick skin. You have to be that, to be a good salesperson.
Very fast to break ice.
Mm.
But in terms of the sales process, they need to change actually the all different customer, different type profiling.
Correct. So they have to also very quickly be able to size up the customer.
Yeah. correct.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks for sharing. Right. Yes, next person, please.
Yeah, I'm the last one. Nice to meet you, CP. I'm Eva.
Hi.
I think about 3 more months. I've been in OSIM for about 4 years.
No, okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, time flies. Yeah, before this, I worked as an L&D and also as account servicing or client servicing in a training consultancy company. Yeah, and yeah, that's about me.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
The training consultancy, you were in what area of training were they offering?
All sorts, mainly soft skills,
Mainly
like
soft
maybe
skills,
in service, leadership, personal
Okay.
development.
So are you the person who is managing the paperwork for the audit or the OSIM Academy?
Over here. Yes, I provide support to the entire team.
Okay. Yeah, that's a very important person.
Yeah,
One
I'm
of the things
the
I told
auditor.
Cheryl, if you need to set up an ATO in-house, you got to have a person
Yes,
who can.
I'm also the auditor.
And the auditor, right?
Ah,
Okay. Wow.
you owe the job to him. Thank you so much.
But not easy, really. I seen the paperwork before. I was involved in the audit with SHRI years back. Oh, horrible. The way they have to arrange, I don't know. I don't know how you all survive. Yeah, it's never easy to get money from government. They offer you the money easily, but when you get the money, right, and when they threaten to call back money, wow, that's where they get very nasty. SSG people. Yeah, as long as you get people in place, should be okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Are you want to introduce?
Oh no, okay. I think I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, CP. So you see the birth of this team, right? Basically is from your inspirations 5 years back. So that's
It was a coffee next door.
yeah. So thank you very much for giving these inspirations for the birth of this team, a great team that I have. Continue moving forwards with visions for the OSIM Academy and getting more inspirations and mentorship from you. Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
Bring them to the next level in 2026.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, I'm grateful to have this opportunity to first get to know Cheryl, and her openness to want to set up this academy. If you look around, there isn't that many family-owned businesses, right, that have a training academy. Most are government-linked company. Your Singtel, not the usual suspect. Your Singtel, your ST. I just interacted with the ST people. Not very nice people, but they have a huge L&D team for not a huge workforce. Okay, and so to have a family business like OSIM to have a academy, it's not easy. For Cheryl to push for it, right? To have this institutionalized, but it's great, right? To see that you run your own training, right? Sales training, for example, I always say this: there's no way you hire someone external. That doesn't make sense to have an external sales trainer, especially on product training, right? Who knows the product better than an internal person, right? And product training, as Ray was saying, is critical to a salesperson. Yeah, so I'm very happy, really. It's very proud. All I know about tell people, I'll share people. If you want to know how to set up an internal ATO, I'll introduce you to the head of L&D in OSIM. Yeah, but so far I haven't introduced anyone to her because so far nobody is got the guts, right, to actually do it, except Cheryl. Nobody really. I talked to so many learners come through my training, right? Even some from MNC who has their factory here, can do a lot of, they have enough workforce to do local training. None of them willing, daring enough to take it up. So we will see. I'll continue to promote. Okay, so in front of us here, we see some boxes. Right, you can kind of, make up a face. Right, so in the next, maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours, right? In fact, actually the whole session, we'll be using the box. But later on, we will bring in another tool that some of you are familiar with called Workplace Week 5. All right, that gives you a lot more insights into self that you can apply at the work. Right, again, I mentioned earlier today, it's about you today, right? With an eye on a collective focus on the academy, right? Which I will invite Cheryl to give a few words later about the academy. Okay. So you'll be doing a lot of writing. All right. I have given each of you 3 markers, and as you can see, the markers, they are both sides. Okay, this side, the thinner side, is for writing. Right, for writing. The thicker side, okay, is for drawing. These are highlighted. Okay, for drawing. So there will be writing and drawing. There will also be wearing. Right, you can see the one on the bottom right hand corner. We'll be inviting you to put the box over your head. Okay, if any of you have claustrophobia, let me know. You wear a while only. Okay, just to try. Right. We will do a bit of tearing, a bit of work on the box, right? And of course, a lot of sharing. As we know, the value of bringing people together. Now, of course, with technology and of course with COVID, right, we have learned that virtual training is very possible. Okay, but nothing beats bringing people together. We still need that interaction. All right, and today, also you are fully work in the office, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if you ask me, I think it's good. I'm not a real fan of working from home, except if it's on Friday, then you got long weekend. Okay, but it gives people the wrong impression that working from home is not working. Yeah, which to some people it is. So, like when I was dealing with the fintech, I just to share, right, with Centre Venture, I really had to spend a lot of time, working with the HR to come up with ways to bring everyone back to the office. It's so amazing how entrenched some people can be, right? When it comes to work from home. And the reason for that is because they feel that the rest time is being taken away from them. But if it's rest time, then it's not working. But anyway, it's a lot of complexity. There are a lot of change management needed. Right? So it's great, right? We need to have that kind of interaction. So since we have all 5 of you, right, we have sacrificed a lot of your time this morning. Collectively, you all sacrificed about 30 hours. Wait, my math is wrong. 15 hours, sorry. 15 or 20 hours of your time. Okay, we want to, facilitate a robust experience of getting you all to share. That's also the reason why I combine all the tables together. Okay, now when we talk about a box, why a box? Let me try and wear mine. Okay, we'll be inviting you to personalize your box later. Okay, why a box is because often when we work, right, in a workplace, now this box a bit, I thought the size is universal one, like very small. Okay, I got claustrophobia, so I will just pick it up. Okay, often, consciously or subconsciously, right, we wear a box over our head, right? No right or wrong reason, okay, because of the work that we do, because of the things that we need to interact, right? And mainly because of what we think people expect of us. Okay, so we often wear a box, right? And we put a boundary on what we do, right? And the things that we interact with people on, right? Things that we say, things that we discuss, and so on, right? And so, of course, after a while, there's always this phrase that many of you will have heard of before, right? To think out of the box, right? How do we think out of the box? And when I ask you this question, right? Okay, what is the meaning behind when people ask you to think out of the box? What do you think is the meaning?
New way, new idea.
Okay, new way, new ideas. And why would people want you to think out of the box and to come up with new ways and new ideas?
Maybe they will think about actually you restrict on the what you have to and then just do the past what have you success.
Okay, all right. So they don't want you to feel restricted, right? They want you to do something different. And why is there often a need to do something different? Right? There's always often this saying, right? If nothing is broken, why fix it? Okay, don't know how many of you watch football, right? Okay, sometimes if the team is winning, why you go and tweak the formation, right? Why you go and change the player? Just let them play all the while, right?
Yeah.
Right. So there's also this saying, right? If it's not broken, why fix it? So there are often two perspectives, right? As to why even ourselves, sometimes we ask ourselves to think out of the box. And it's actually two extreme way of looking at it. So one, right, is safety. Right? It's a sense of safety. Okay, because if nothing is actually happening to me, right, I want the status quo. So it's about maintenance, it's about safety, it's about another saying called don't rock the boat. Right? The boat is sailing, right? Don't rock the boat. Now, but the extreme perspective is this whole notion that what can be better? And this whole question that we ask ourselves, what if I can get more? What if I can achieve more? What if things can be easier? And a lot of what if right? What if, right? And that goes into the other extreme, taking risk. Now, again, we can look at your big five right? In big five, we actually measure this okay, then we talk about it. But most of us, we are somewhere between don't rock the boat and what if. We are somewhere in between, right? By the end of the day, right, to decide whether to change, right? So thinking out of the box is essentially change. To be able to think out of the box, you need to change something, right? It's about changing what you are used to doing. But before we change what we used to do, we have to first change our thinking, right? And often, what is stopping us, right, or what is pushing us, okay, is the question we ask ourselves. So what do we need? What do we need? What do other people expect us to do, right? And what is where I am currently. So to talk about what do we need, right, where do we want to go, we need to know where we are at the current moment. So there's this whole concept, right, of the box being something that defines where we are currently. So it's not so much about thinking out of the box. Why? Because the box will always be there. Right? The box is our identity. Right? The box is what we have, right, to define who we are, where we are, what we do, right? And in it, all this will change because essentially of the why. Right? The why, the purpose that we are in. And the box, whatever is in the box, right, will change, right, if we start looking at the why, right? We need to define the why, what is important to us, right? How is it important? And of course, that was translated to essentially, right, what do we need to do, okay, to quote unquote, think out of the box, right, the change. But the box will always be there. We can't get rid of the box, right? In other words, the box is our identity. So today, right, it's almost like having all of us, all of you here, to look at what is in the box. It's not that you don't know what is in the box, you know. It's just that someone's been very busy focusing on what is going on every day, day-to-day work, right? Okay, the boss's expectation and so on. We don't think too much about it. But today, we have the chance, we have the next hour and a half or 2 hours, right, to define what it is. So I'll be putting all of us through a series of activities, right, to look at what is your box. And what we want to do is to build a better box. Why the word better? Right, it is something that reflects you, who you are, and your identity. Okay? Now to start off, is to look at the topic for today. So I'd like to invite Cheryl to say a few words regarding the Academy's purpose of existence, right? The vision and the mission. Yeah.
Say a few words.
Yeah. Have you communicated?
They know about
You know about this.
we went
Okay.
through.
So you all went through this. Okay,
So-
it's very clear, right? Okay, so when I look at this, this is actually quite clear. But I'd like to also hear from you. Okay, your own thoughts regarding the vision and mission. Right now, so if I ask each of you to share a bit about the vision and mission, okay, how do these two statements, right, kind of define the work they are currently doing today? In other words, how is your work contributing to the vision and mission of the academy? If you had to say a few words, right, just to do a quick reflection. Now, anyone can start.
Let me just share this. I think in relation to my role, especially for this year, when we talk about service culture, right? It's not something that they don't know, but it's more like how can we collaborate with the team to elevate or probably enhance some of the new skills or knowledge, all right, that is actually relevant in the moving forward in the market. All right. So of course, on this part itself, how do I make it happen? I myself have actually need to be very much in touch with the team. All right, and of course to stay relevant in the market as well, so that I can actually so-called help them to elevate so-called the service level within the industry, being the market leader as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
For myself, maybe I look at the mission side, like, for example, proactively sensing emergent needs or this. In fact, OSIM is one organization that has very good, I would say, sales experience throughout, and especially from the pioneer staff over here. But the problem we face now is how can we actually transfer this knowledge and skills to the younger generations, and also having the drive in them. So that's why I was brought in to actually, if I can document all this and put it into a structured format so that it's easier for the staff to actually assimilate it and to practice it. So that's where I'm talking about something that's practical and customized. So, and if the program is proven over here, then I think we actually gain their credibility and as a reliable partner.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so for my role, actually, maybe I quote an example for that lah. Because like last week, actually, I'm doing an online training for our new product for China team. Okay, because actually I see some of the result is not satisfaction actually at the moment. So I'm doing some coaching over there. So for the mission actually is we must be practical and observation. Actually, what is the gap for the current skill they are lacking? Like example is a coding skill, or actually they are only like just copy what we teach and then not customization with individual customer. So actually like practical and customization is important. The point two actually is proactive listening, sensing means the observation and listening part actually we can put it in and stay in the business, which is what this company want. Okay, so you can see the business priority is what is the sales bringing in, and actually what is the profit margin also as well. Top choice and trusted partner actually, like personally I have go on the field and sell within the 2 day maybe 4 pieces for the top chair. So actually for what I'm sharing, they feel actually is relevant and then actually practical. So we align with what we want to do. So so the top choice for them to choose me as maybe actually like inspiration culture to teach them the skill can be have result. So I have seen that actually for yesterday, one of the city actually I have go through the skill. They're using those skill and then they have sell 2 or 3 pieces.
Nice.
So yeah. So actually you can measure the result actually after we teaching also as well. So this is what I'm doing actually for my role currently. Yeah, correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you. Thank you. Before you pass to the boss.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, your thoughts also.
Okay. For me, I would say my main role or main task is to provide support to this team. So I believe the projects or the tasks they the rest of us work on, they work on, will be to stay close to business, proactively sensing needs, and providing a practical solution to other departments, to other teams, etc. So what I do over here is I need to make sure that whatever I do is practical and customized to what they need.
Mm.
And in this, indirectly, I'm also helping all other departments here to grow and thrive to achieve business priorities.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, maybe like you can go back to the previous
Sure.
slides. Yeah, I thought the purpose of this, the birth of this OSIM Academy, right, is basically with the visions that I want the employees, the workforce over here to be really high performing, all right, competitive to the market. Okay, this is my vision and scalable. So like when 5 years back, when I have these visions, I visualize ourselves like Starbucks, you see, wherever like which branch that we goes to or which country, generally you can see is scalable, like it's duplicate. It's like a duplication. That is my visions. Okay, so of course it's true. My passions, like people capabilities, is what really L&D is for. Like many of you just now you mentioned, is like you all enjoy seeing the growth of others. Okay, true. Of course, our learnings and organization solutions. Okay, very importantly to achieve company's business priorities and goals. Okay, so the assistance of this whole entire OSIM Academy is to build the humans' capabilities to achieve company's business goal. That's where then company can see the values of this OSIM Academy. All right. So how to go about it, which is visions. The visions that is what are we going to do in order to reach there? Basically, I set the standards, visions to be the top choice. That means that when they ever like our stakeholders or internal customers, they face any issues or problems in our workplace, they will think of OSIM Academy. All right, and trusted partner is basically how we build our trust. It's not through relationship, but it's through the professionalism that we have. So they will think that, okay, anything that I'll go to Ray. Okay, Ray definitely got solutions for my salespersons. Okay, regarding the leadership, customer service, I go to Telvins, I go to Terrence. Okay, so let's say there's any support I need, I go to Eva. So that should be the visions. That is the visions that I set for the team. Okay, against to achieve business priorities. Because I always believe that let's say we revolve around business priorities, right? The values that the company will see us is definitely there. All right, and how to go about it? Again, is basically in order to achieve the business priority, we always got to stay close to the business, to know, to hear what really the stakeholders, what the business they're headed about, what actually caused them to have nightmares and couldn't sleep, insomnia over the nights, and very importantly, proactively sensing what is happening in the company, so that it's not just about company what they want. Let's say without doing this, right, it will be very program oriented. Oh, what companies want, we just provide the training. Or company want to do this training, we do these trainings. But being proactive sensing, that means like before the stakeholders or the boss have big headaches, their problem already being solved. Again, very importantly, in order to achieve the business priority, practicals and customize is very important, rather than just being idealistic. Idealistics, it doesn't solve the immediate problems, it doesn't bring in the immediate revenues that every company's put priorities on. Yep, that's it's all about the purpose, visions, and missions.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Well said. A couple of words came out actually from all of you. Customize. This is very important. I think it's something that you all take pride in. Okay, you customize solution. So the question is, why customize? What is the true meaning behind customizing a solution?
Relevant.
It's relevant, right? It's relevant. And when you customize a solution, right, you also show people that you put in effort. It's a way to demonstrate effort, right? That, hey, you're not just bringing something off the shelf. You bring something off the shelf, there's no effort. I mean, there's an effort to take the thing off the shelf, as we call it, right? But you customize it, that's effort. And that also means, right, you need to engage. And that brings the other point, right, which many of you have also talked about, right? The proactiveness in the engagement, right? You can't customize. Okay, now this is also another word, if I can share, it's called curate. Yeah, the word customize is a bit old school already. Now it's called curation. Actually, to me, it's the same meaning. Just curation sounds a bit better. All right, you need skills to curate something. So it gives people to, okay, you got the skills to curate, but it's more or less. Okay, so let's say we use the word customize or curation, doesn't matter, right? You curate, right? You curate something for the stakeholders, right, you need to know about them first, right? You need to know what do they want. And that's where the sensing comes in. So I see this very well put together. I see some American spelling. So I don't know whether this is also with the help of Gen AI. Nowadays, because I teach in university, I usually will pick out some of these, whether they use Gen AI. Hey, Gen AI is for us to use, why not? Use it, right? Okay, straight to the point. Okay, very well put together. Now, you notice I didn't go through much of this, right? Was because these two, right, okay, is already very robust in showing the purpose of the assistance. Okay, so vision is where you want to go to, where you want to reach. That's often what we call vision. Mission is why you are in assistance in the first place. So why do the company even need you? Right? So the company needs you because you are able to stay close to the business, you are doing the proactive sensing. So these are what you do, right, on a day-to-day basis, with in mind eventually becoming the top choice trusted partner. Okay, it is a aspirational target that you are reaching. Okay, and that gives you the purpose of assistant, right? If you combine both together. So it's almost like purpose is your vision, your assistant is your mission. So you put these together, become purpose of assistance. Okay, very well put together. Okay, now, so the focus for us for today, right, as we go through the activity, is to focus on your vision, where you want to go to. Right, the vision of becoming the top choice and trusted partner for your internal customers, enabling their teams to grow and thrive, and therefore to achieve business priorities. Okay, so the topic for us today to look at will be this, right? This is where you want to go. This is where you want to go as a team. How you get there, right? Well, collectively, this mission statement, which already was articulated by all of you just now, right, has a collective meaning for you, but individually you are doing different things. So individually, how do you go about achieving your vision, right, is something for you to think about, and it's something that we like to build a battle box together with you. So that's our activity today, right? How are you going to get there? All right, what does it mean for you? What does it mean for the people around you, right? As collectively, individually and collectively, you are going towards your vision statement. Okay, and so with that, all right, I'd like to first invite you to come to the front and pick your box. Okay, we move a little bit. Okay.
Everyone same, right?
Yes, same. Yeah. Come and collect your box. Okay, this is an activity to get you moving a bit. Okay. All right. You can unvelcro it because we will start to write things on it. All right. So the first thing to do is to go to the right. Okay. So we will call this the inside of the box. This will be outside of the box. Okay. So we look at the inside of the box. And we can see all the very nicely printed colored panel. Go to the right of the box. All right. Okay. If you face the box, you see this little box here, right, with this picture. Okay. Now, why is this picture in this way? Today, we are looking at putting the jigsaw together. Not that you already do not have an idea of what's going on, right? You have been in the academy, right? 17 years. 25 years, right?
23.
23, okay. Okay, I exaggerate a bit. Got 25 years or what?
Yeah, have.
It's a what? It's a massage chair.
It's traveling voucher.
Traveling voucher. Oh, okay, massage chair. I think massage chair better. But now massage chair, your house must be big. I would love to have a big house I can buy your chair, but I buy this chair, I got no place to put my dining table. My house too small. All right, you have 23, 4 years or 5 years. Okay, 5 years. 10. You have collectively, I think, I don't know, Cheryl, how many 30 years. Then she
24.
24, 1 year. Okay, you all have almost 60 years of coming together, right? And individually, you all have your own pieces. But we are also encouraging you to reach out to pieces outside. Okay, with a focus in mind. So what's the focus? Your focus will be your vision statement. Now, of course, it can be as easy as you just copying the mission statement, right? That we have. Okay. But I like you to write the vision statement. Sorry, not mission, sorry. Vision statement in your own words. In your own words. Right? If you can write the vision statement in your own words. I'm not testing your memory skill. All right. I'm not asking Cheryl to test whether you all memorize the vision statement. Okay. It is to see what resonates with you most in the vision statement. And is there any other thing that you can think of, right? Could also be part of the vision statement. Okay, so write the vision statement, okay, in your own words.
Of OSIM Academy, right?
Of OSIM Academy, correct.
Vision,
Yes, vision statement. Okay, vision statement. I will encourage you all to use a marker. Then you can see. Better later we will go on right and ask you all to the small one. Yes, any color. Okay, it can be exactly the same, it can be slightly different, right? Okay, doesn't matter. As long as it capture the meaning of the vision, the OSIM Academy vision statement. No ChatGPT, so just so long. Cannot summarize. Yeah, this is no ChatGPT. Yeah, it's good to sometimes not to be too dependent on Gen AI. Okay, we won't ask you to share as yet. Right, later we will have a chance to do that. Okay, but you write the statement first. Okay, and then we go on to what we call a out of the box experience. Okay, a quick activity. Now, some of you may have done this before. All right, if you haven't done it before, okay, good. You keep the solution to yourself. Okay. Now, let's talk about what we call a metaphor, right? The metaphor of thinking out of the box, right? Which we went through just now. And now let's translate it to a experiential activity, right? What does it actually mean when sometimes we are too conscious of the box that we are in? All right. Now, I'd like you to try to connect all the 9 dots with 4 straight lines without lifting your pen. Meaning, it has to be a continuous stroke, right? 4 straight lines, the way you draw. And the line must be straight. Cannot be like that, then like that. Okay, if you do this, and then do this again, it will be 2 lines. Right? So it has to be 4 straight lines that you can draw, okay, to connect all the 9 dots. Now you can use a piece of paper to test run first. You all got paper. Okay, a lot of paper. So you get a lot of test run. Okay, I give you 1 minute to test run this. During the demo, 我没有做这个哦。来，可以 try 一下。
Before,
Do you still remember?
I remember.
Okay, try. Oh, okay. I can see some of you have done this before. Okay. 很久以前做过哦。
CP, just now you mentioned 什么？ one question, sir. Just now you mentioned about the purpose, right?
Hmm.
The purpose and what visions is the same or missions?
Vision is a purpose.
Vision is the purpose.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a purpose as well.
Yes.
Right?
Assistant is the mission.
Assistant.
Yes.
Meaning-
The reason why you are needed is the current day mission. Mission 是现在 vision 是未来
Missions.
mission is 现在 current
Current.
your assistant
Reason for the assistance. Huh?
correct purpose is the vision
Vision is the purpose.
yes the future
Future, huh? Right?
yes the one that drives you towards okay today's topic is think out of the box right so think out of the box in connecting the 9 dots together okay let's take another 20 more seconds. Yeah, very close, very close. 4 line. Okay, some of you got the hint. The hint is about the box. Okay, let's come back together. All right. If I can ask Calvin to share. So what were you trying? What was the various method that you were trying to connect?
I kind of vaguely remember is actually it should be reaching out from somewhere
Okay,
to connect, but it's just I can't recall.
you cannot recall lah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you tried this before also.
Same. I know one line is come out from one dot, but forget where you got.
So without that, you cannot.
Forgot.
Okay, all right. So you don't know where is the going out of the box. Okay. So many of us, right? Very consciously, we will start with the boundary, which is why right at the beginning you already find it very difficult to choose that one dot to break through because you were more or less focusing on the boundary. I'm not saying all of us, right? But maybe most of us will be doing that, right? We naturally form shapes when we see something. Why? Because right from when we were young, those of us who have kids, one of the first toy that you probably bought for your child, right, is those, there's this round toy, then you try to put shapes into it, right? Right from the very young age, we are really, our brain is really starting to wire to see box, to see boundary. So we are given certain abstract picture, right? You can argue that a 9 dots is like an abstract picture because you can actually connect them in any way you like. But once we are given a limited set of resources, in this case the 4 lines, right, to start to complete a task, we start to see things as a shape. Right? You may have this experience before when you are asked to complete a task and your boss said you only got these resources. What will you usually think of? Right? Some of us will think of what has been done in the past. Right? Okay. What has been the trend? What has been is there any template we can follow? Right? We start to want to follow a set of safe method to go about doing it. And of course, what happens when you use the 4 lines, you got 1 dot in the middle not connected. And once we see that, right, we start to think about what? We need the 5th line. Okay, now I didn't see it here, maybe because I haven't given you all enough time. But when I did this activity last week with another group, right, I started seeing people trying to not to draw a straight line. It's straight, but it's a big curve. They try to touch the last dot. All right, this is what some of us will do, right, when we try to break the rules. Okay, we try to circumvent, certain things. We start to use more resources, right, okay, to do something that we don't have the resources in the first place. So we cut corners, right? We bargain, okay? We start to, try to get more out of something that we don't have. All right? Now, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so there are a lot of different methods, but once you start to do it within a box, you won't be able to solve this. All right? So this is one way. Okay, so that's where you talk about going out, right? Actually, the going out is 2 points. All right, so going out of the box, okay, to draw, to connect the 4 dots. Okay, so this is a quick activity to give us this notion that subconsciously we do box ourselves, right, in a shape that we may not even be aware. So just a very quick activity to drive home across the point that we want to really break out of the box. The box is still there, all right, make no mistake, right, but we want to think about bring new information into the box that we have so that we build a better box. All right. So with that, okay, the first thing to do is I like to invite you to personalize your box, like what I have done. Okay. Now we don't call this drawing or painting because I don't know about you, but for me, if someone asks me to draw something, I get very worried because I can't draw. Okay. I can't draw for nuts. Right? Okay, so it's not about testing whether you are good in drawing, right? It's just giving you a space, right, to personalize it. So for me, I've chose to draw my face, and obviously it's not the same, okay, all right. I'm not so instead of using the word drawing, we like you to just personalize the box, right? So you can do anything to the cover. Right, the only condition is that when we mix all your boxes together, you can spot your box straight away because you personalize it. Okay, now if you just be careful of because this design there are holes. So in order not to dirty your table, right? Okay, the way you fold it is you fold this part of the box this way into it. So that if you draw, you can see, right? Okay, some of the marker, the ink went through the holes. So at least you protect your table. Okay, so you do this, so you fold this panel in like that. Okay, then as you draw, right, if anything goes beyond this surface, right, it will go to the back of the box of this panel here. Okay, it protects the table. Okay. Now the first time I was doing this, I used my phone and I look at myself in the phone and I draw. Still fail, right? Doesn't look like me. Okay, anything that you want to make it your box. Some of you got hidden talent. Make full use of the box. Okay, let's take another 2 more minutes. All right, 2 more minutes. Okay, you can still continue to beautify your box later, but 2 more minutes for us to complete this segment, this activity. Okay, good. you can try wearing it and see how you feel. Okay. Either my hair has grown bigger over the weekend or the boss shrunk. Yeah, if you have a big head like me, you can feel a bit claustrophobic. And all your head looks smaller than mine, so it should be okay. Okay, let's put the box together. All right. Okay, you do that quite easily with the Velcro right at both ends. Just tape it together. All right, and you can start to. I have to invite you to. And I'm pretty sure not many of us or none of us have actually done this before. So it's always interesting to wear the box, and then you can take a picture of yourself first. Okay, you can use your phone.
I can see Raywa is cute.
Okay, you can. It's like those 大头娃娃.
Can I see myself?
Okay, take a picture. Admire your new look. Okay, next thing I'd like you to do is to stand up and find someone. Right, there are 5 of you, so it's odd number. So there will be 3 and 2s. Now I'd like you to share with each other with the box over your head, right? That statement that you wrote just now. Okay, the topic, right? The vision statement that you wrote just now as the topic that you want to focus on. Right? So I'd like you to share with each other, okay, with this box over your head as you talk to each other. Now, if it feels a bit claustrophobic, you can hold on to it, like what I'm doing. you can push the box a bit outwards. So it feels a lot better, a bit better for some of us. Okay, please go ahead.
So talking about the visions, what we understand the vision is it?
The statement that you wrote. Just share with the other person what you wrote on your box just now. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, say first. Me, I wrote to be, okay, I cannot remember word for word, so from the original vision statement, so I wrote to be the top choice and trusted partner
So for me, actually,
for
it's
all other
reliable.
teams,
Okay, actually, a Wi-Fi thing.
to help all
Reliable, comfortable,
teams to achieve their
effectiveness.
business priorities and needs. Okay, so to be the trusted partners, is it? I said, yeah, top choice and trusted partner. Then achieve business priority, achieve their business priorities and needs.
The idea
That's the keywords.
is
So
It's
for
for
me, is to be the top choice and trusted partners, enable
Three main
the
pointers.
to be the top choice
The
and
first pointer is the
top
only
choice
training
and trusted partners to
only
you know,
training.
customers,
meaning to say it's not
to enable the
just our
teams
top
to
choice, but the only
Only choice.
Yeah.
contributing
and
to the
exceed all the expectations.
Hey.
Exceed all the
Not bad.
expectations.
keywords 有记得
The
呀。
third one is lifelong partnership.
Lifelong partnership.
哦，好像比较小哦，这个 box，
Is it?
对不对啊？为什么大人比较大哦
I think like yeah, slightly
Slightly smaller.
Slightly
I
smaller.
think it's a different version.
Okay, but I add one thing. Really can make
如果可以放两个比较
meaning
头大的，maybe 好小
You must find
，maybe 它有两个 size 之类的。
meaningful.
Yeah. So this one is the
Okay.
you brought from Taiwan,
Yeah. Bought from a gym.
a new one,
Okay, I'd like to invite each of you to share. Right? How was the experience like when you wore the box and you were talking to your colleague? Yeah. How was the experience like? Imagine if you don't have the box versus you have a box. How different could the experience be? Because I don't think any of us have tried wearing a box before and talk to people, right? So how different was the experience like compared to the normal, when we don't have a box, we talk to people. Now that you wore a box, right? How was the experience like?
For me, when I look at the two of them, I don't see their expressions.
Okay,
So
okay.
It's more like, okay, let's say I have something in mind, I can just speak freely.
Mhm.
There's no so-called pressure. Like when people start to frown, or when people start to look at you in a certain way, you like, did I say the wrong thing?
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just say what you want to say, because you don't receive any feedback
Yeah.
from the other person, right? Okay, fair enough. Okay, what else? That seems to be a positive thing for you, because you don't get affected by them, right?
Yeah.
As you speak.
Yeah.
Okay.
For me, I feel a little enclosed over here,
Hmm.
and
okay.
like there's constraint in terms of trying to express myself.
Hmm. And why is that the constraint?
Just when before the box, I feel very free over here. I can use hand gesture, Then also I can, for example, if I want to say it in a friendly tone, I can wear a smile, But this one is just uttering out the words.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you are not able to use other form of communication, right? Except the words. Okay. All right. So while the other person's expression won't impact you, but you also can't impact others with the expression that you have, because can't be seen. Okay. All right.
I feel maybe differently. I feel very funny, interesting, and maybe actually we can more focusing for what people try to say.
Mm.
Yeah. So yeah. So I will. This is how I feel. Yeah.
Okay. So you don't get distracted. In
I
other
don't
words.
get distracted. Yeah, correct. And I feel it's quite funny actually. Yeah. So we will more concentration actually like what people are saying lah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I think it's interesting. After hearing from Ray, I'm the opposite from him. Okay, while he felt it's very interesting, while with this box within, Because what you mentioned just now, the reason that you find interesting.
More concentration.
Oh, more concentration. Yeah, that's the key word.
What the partner actually saying.
Yeah. So while he said more concentrations and focus, right, I was the opposite.
Okay.
I couldn't concentrate and couldn't focus while with the box because I feel very uncomfortable with them. Okay, so it just cannot concentrate. So interesting, something that opposite.
Okay.
Again, yeah. How about you?
I think I'm closer to him because I say first ma. Then after I say already cannot see your expression. Then I was like, then no reaction also. I was like, okay, then when after that she's the one who next start to speak. Then I try to focus. And then instead of focus on expression, I focus on the words that she's trying to say.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay, so if I ask Eva, right, how many times do you actually share with Cheryl your statement?
Statement.
Yeah. How many times do you actually share your
Just now.
yeah, just now?
Once.
Okay.
But
So I
maybe
thought I
I
saw
stumbled a
you kind of try to repeat again. 2 times.
2 times. Oh.
You weren't conscious, right? You actually told Cheryl twice
Oh.
your statement.
Oh.
Yeah. And there was a pause in between. So what you said was actually observable,
Oh.
right? That you didn't know whether Cheryl understood.
And there's no reaction.
No reaction. I can't see the reaction, right? And for all you know, she reacted, but you couldn't see because it's covered,
Yeah,
right?
lah, correct.
Okay, and that got you to actually repeat another time.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
So very interesting, right? Some of you have positive, right, experience. Some of you not so positive. Okay, this is actually related to your personality, which we will see later. Okay, so for some of us, we might double down, right? We might double down and really focus, right? The word Ray you mentioned, right? You double down, you focus. Some of us, we very quickly we realize, hey, this is not something that I am used to doing. All right, and then you get a bit distracted. Okay, and some of us we may be so distracted that we didn't actually was aware that we did something twice, right? Like Eva, you repeated your statement again. No right or wrong, it's just the way we overcome the obstacles. Now, key learning from this is that, right, it made us a bit more conscious actually when you wear the box, right, of how you communicate, because now you only got that one way. What is the one way of communication? Your words. And even then, right, it may not be as effective because your other counterpart, actually the ears are also covered. Right? Notice the box covered the ear. Okay, so while you may think that you have clearly articulated something, right, but your counterpart may not actually heard it clearly because of the box. I think Cheryl had that experience, right? Terence as well, right? It's a bit claustrophobic. And then of course you became quite conscious as well that you're not able, right? You might feel a bit what we call hampered, right? In usually using your facial expression. So if you are someone who uses, right, you're conscious that you use your facial expression, okay, to communicate with someone, right? You will feel being hampered, right? Terence, your example.
Yeah.
Right? That you can't use any other things to do so. Some of us we might have this habit of adapting to the other person. Right? We look at their facial expression, right? Eva, for example, okay, you probably were looking at whether Cheryl was able to show you her reaction. And her reaction to you is a way to get you to understand, right, whether you have delivered your point across. Okay, we call this feedback. Right? So we also couldn't get the feedback, right, from the other party. Okay, so a lot of very interesting learning actually from this experience. Our style of communication. What do we do when we don't get the style that we are used to, or whether we don't get the environment that help us for us to use our style of communication, right? And a lot of other things that we take for granted when we communicate with people. Okay, now there is this very interesting communication model. Now, as simple as a topic of communication is, right? I'm very, very sure when you engage with your business leaders, right, they often will tell you things like, oh, our people need to communicate better, it must be more effective communication and so on, right? Sometimes as an L&D person, right, I find it very strange. Okay, how is it that we don't know how to communicate with each other? Cannot be, right? Because the only way for us to interact with people, right, is to talk. How do you interact with people when you don't talk? But then again, right, talking is not just the only way we interact. In fact, if talking is the only way, right, for us to communicate, All right. And once we can perfect that style, right, then I think we won't have problem with misunderstanding. Especially with Gen AI, right? With ChatGPT, how difficult it is, right? It's actually a lot of the non-communicable sign that sometimes help us or harm us in the way we communicate. Okay, we call this the non-verbal cue, right? Commonly known as what? Body language. Okay, but it's a lot more than that. Now, I will encourage you to read up the work of a guy called Mahibian, Merhebian. Dr. Mahibian, Merhebin. Okay, he did a series of experiments when he was a professor in UCLA, right, in US. He did a series of experiments and he came up with a very precise percentage, right, of three things that we need to make sure so that our communication is clear with other people, right? 55%, right? Effectiveness is based on our facial expression, our body language, 55%. Okay. 55, right? Let me count my maths. I make sure it's correct. Okay. 55, and then he talked about 38% is the accent, the tone, right? That we use. Okay, the tone. And only 7%, right? Okay, is what? Very good, choice of words, right? Okay, I think Kevin has seen this before, right? Okay, good reminder for us to know that, okay, 55 plus your 38, okay, more than 90%, right? It's not the choice of words, which some of us got very conscious about just now, right? So the box that sometimes we wear over our head already hamper us in 90+% of how effective we can, right, to communicate with people. Okay. Right, not a very commonly known model, so very happy to know that Kabi, you know about it. You heard of this before?
Yeah, years back when I started in L&D courses, so I've been trying to be very mindful with body language.
Yeah. So in your service culture training, right, you can think about that, to do some activity to drive home across the point, right? So it's almost like saying that it's not what we say, what we say are the words, it's how we say it. Yeah. Okay, right, very quick activity. Two more quick activities before we take a break, right? I'd like you to open up your box. Okay, we will go back to doing some reflection. Okay, doing some of our own activity. I'd like you to go to panel 2. Now, how do we know which one is panel 2? Now, in your outer box, you see a few blank panels. On the top right-hand corner, actually, you can see a number. So you see a 2, right? Okay, very faint, grayish 2. You see a 3. You see a 4. They are all numbered. Why numbered? Because unlike this one got picture, very easy to see. This one got no picture, right? So it's numbered. Now, I'd like you to go to panel 2, right? So very quickly, right? And this is something that won't take too much of your time. You can write down a few bullet points, right? Using the markers given to you. What are you doing now related to today's topic? So related to the vision of OSIM Academy, the way you have written it, right? What are you currently doing? Okay, what are you currently doing, right, that is related to today's topic?
When you say doing it, can I just elaborate with now as in the job itself?
Correct. You can
I can elaborate on the job.
elaborate on the job. What are some of the key things that you are doing? Right, very important things that you are doing that you are totally aware of course, because it's your work. Okay, that helps you to achieve, right, the vision for OSIM Academy, the way you have written it. Right, very similar to what I've asked you to do just now, like when you introduce your work. But now you put it in your own writing, right, on panel 2. Okay, panel 2. Yeah. Okay, panel 2. Yeah, sometimes you have so much that you are doing every day, you don't know where to start. You may be thinking that it's not enough space. Some of you, I think I can see you use very small handwriting, right? Okay, feel free, right? You can use up the whole page, the whole panel. Okay, let's take another 2 more minutes. Then we go on to panel 3 before we take a quick break. Okay. Now, regardless of how much you have written, doesn't matter. It's just to put you through a process of again to think back of what you do and how it's linked to the vision statement that you have written. Right, we'll come back to this part again shortly. Right, when we look into other panels. Okay, the next one, right, can be a bit tricky. Okay, is to go to panel 3. We call this the personal brand panel. What words do you hope others would use to describe you? When I say describe you, what about you that they describe? Right? Your role that you play. Okay, today in OSIM Academy. So what words do you like others? Do you want others to say about you? Based on what you do that is related to the statement that you have written. It can be a word, a set of words, it can be a phrase. Right? Let's say we grab someone from the office and say, okay, what will you say about Terence, for example? Right? What do you hope the person to say about you? Okay? We requires you to be a bit more thick skin. Right? It's not something that we think about it every day. Because I don't think anyone, unless you are a part-time influencer that we don't know. Maybe you are really an influencer. Then okay, not easy. Okay? If not, it will take a bit of time. Right? What would you like others to say about you? Okay, based on what you do, based on your role in OSIM Academy. Okay? Alright, let's take 5 minutes for this. Okay, at 10:45, we will take a break. Yeah.
I finish it. I go to toilet.
Sure, go ahead, yeah. Okay. Okay, you can continue to write or you can take a break. We'll come back at 10:55. All right, 10 minutes. Pause the recording. Okay, the next part of the segment, we are moving into the why. All right. So actually, we spend some time to do some personal reflection. Not that we will stop, we will still continue to do that. But now we want to jump on to copy cast 嘛 Oh, oh, yeah. Hi, hi. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, 谢谢你。Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, 等一下啊。哎，都没有出来。duplicate 啊，等一下啊。duplicate yes 看到了 OK 好 OK to show un button 哇好 must get one of these 啊很方便的 but yeah, we got smart TV. Okay, next segment we want to talk about is to align to the future. What future? The future that you really want. So again, we will always go back to the statement, your vision statement, right? The topic, as we call it, right, for today. Now let's go to this panel, right? The panel on the right, inside the box. Okay, so you can fold the rest. Okay, and then just show this one. Okay, also on one side will be your face. On the other side will be this one. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, as long as you can fold, that doesn't have to be your face. As long as you can fold, is give you more space to, more space for you to do the writing just now, later. Now, this picture, right, is actually made out of 3 different pictures. So one look at it, right? What 3 pictures can you see in this one picture here? What are the 3 things? Jigsaw, right? You see all the jigsaw puzzle, yes? As you move inside, what's the next thing you see? Target board. All right, and within the target board, you have a heart shape, right? The heart, right? Now, the heart represents what we call the core, C-O-R-E. Your purpose, your why, your source of motivation. Moving out of the core will be what, right, you want to achieve. Okay, basically your target. And moving out of the target will be the various pieces, okay, that you put together to complete, right, to support your target and to achieve, okay, what you are motivated to do, right? Your motivation, right? How do you achieve? How do you align with your motivation? So what we want to work on first, right, is to work from within, right? To start from within. And to start with what we call the 4 core outcomes that you want to experience around today's topic. So what do we mean when we say you want to experience around? It's as simple as saying that if you are able to achieve your vision, means you are there. Whatever you wrote, right, just now, you are there. You have achieved. Okay? How would you feel? What would the experience be like if you are able to achieve your vision? All right? When we say experience, right, is essentially an expression of emotion. So it's a simple one that we experience or we feel every day: happiness, sadness, accomplishment, right? Proud, pride, whichever. Now, the experience can also in itself, right, be something that you get. The only thing that I don't want you to write is money. Money will come. Right? Okay, money will come later. Okay. But what else? Okay. So things like recognition. Right? Recognition is itself an achievement. Okay, so what are the 4 core outcomes that you want to experience around today's topic, right? If you have achieved your vision, you have arrived.
The outcome can be feelings, can be tangible, non-tangible as well.
Yes, so feelings, yes, very good. So feelings can be, you can consider as non-tangible, right? The only thing you don't write is money, because money will come.
So does this outcome have to deal with like more of the why aspect?
Okay, the why,
It's more of the why aspect.
yes,
More of the why aspect.
more the why aspect. So it's something that you actually is motivated towards, right? So if you want to be able to achieve your vision, you must be able to see that you are there. And how will that make you feel if you are there? And therefore, because you are not there yet, right, you want to be there. Oh, we'd like to invite you to write in the box actually. You can write in the box. So you are filling up this picture here. So you can write within this 4 box. Okay, it can be 4, it can be 3, doesn't matter. Right, just fill up the 4 box. You can write over the heart. Okay, use the marker. So we are filling up this jigsaw puzzle that you own. Okay, it's yours.
Need to write the box outside.
Right inside. Oh, if you want, you can highlight.
Highlight, okay.
Yeah, you can. You can also highlight the box if you like to. Okay, using whichever color you like. I mean, there are 3 3 colors.
For this activity, is it fixed for these 3 colors?
No, not necessary.
Okay.
But I chose these 3 colors because I mean marker you have green, orange, right? But I usually don't use those colors because it's very hard to see.
Oh.
So I always only stick to these 3 colors. Okay, the next thing to do, all right, if I can ask you to continue, is to look at the surrounding boxes. Okay? However, don't follow this example here. All right, I'll give you another topic. Okay, so just focus on the picture here. All right, we are asking you to now fill up the surrounding boxes. Now, doesn't mean that you have to have one thing to write in each box. Doesn't matter. Right, just to fill up the surrounding and to complete the picture. And to complete the picture, right, I'd like you to think about what do you need from others. Others in this case can be your colleague, can be your boss, can be the big boss, can be other managers, can be anyone or the organization as a whole, right? It can also be who? Your family. So people around you, your environment, right? We want to talk about your environment, the environment around your core. So therefore, right, for you to be able to achieve and to arrive at the vision that you have written just now, what do you need your environment to be like? Okay, sorry. So write down around the box, around the outer boxes, what do you need from others, from your environment, in order to complete the picture where you can achieve your core?
The supports are.
The support, all right? In terms of the support, in terms of whatever that you can think of. Okay? What will you need? Okay, write down a few. All right? Imagine now it's Christmas and you are given a wish list to fill in. What will be your wish list for you to achieve what you want to achieve? for you to be able to feel what you want to feel or what you want to experience if you have now arrived at your vision.
Sorry, to clarify, so
Yeah.
the outer
Yeah.
pieces
Yes.
is
Your environment.
or what I hope to have, is it? In
Yes.
order
What you hope
achieve?
to receive from others.
Oh.
Yeah. Your support, the support, right? From others, any resources you can think of.
Oh.
Yes.
How many must we write?
As many as you want. Yeah. Okay. No minimum, no maximum. Okay. If you need, you can elaborate as much as possible. Right. This will also help you to further assess the kind of support, the kind of environment, right, that you need, okay, to support your core. All right, then another 2 more minutes. And if you give you a bit more time, all right, let's add another 2 more minutes. Okay. Now, before I get you all to do sharing again, let's have a bit of a different experience that we can have with the box. So I'd like to now invite you to open the two panel. All right, you can see at the back here, you can see the dots. It's actually for you to press and slowly open the panel outwards. So you use your finger, okay, and then you slowly tear open along the perforation, along the holes. All right. Okay, slowly. Okay, that's one panel. And then the other panel. Okay. Okay, so you can see, you can now open the two panel. Right, the next activity, right, is I like you to now choose another partner, someone different from the earlier session, to share what you have written here. Now, of course, we are not asking you to share everything. We'd like you to go through what you have written here, right, and share what you like to share about your puzzle, the core and the environment. Right, anything that you feel will be important for your colleagues in the academy to know about why the vision is important to you based on what you want to experience. And also anything that you have written here that you find will be useful for your colleagues here to know that you need, right, to support you in achieving your core. Okay, so don't have to share everything, just what you are comfortable and what you think is important for you to share. All right, and then once you are ready, you can put the box back here onto your head. And now I'd like to invite you all to walk around. Okay, after the break, I go to walk around. No, it start to get very stiff. Okay, and now you have yeah, you can also take a picture how you look now. Okay, now that we can see your eyes, your real eyes, okay, with the box. Okay, let's take another 5 minutes for this activity, right? And later I will ask you all to share your experience again. Okay, walk around. I encourage you to walk around and find another partner.
Oh.
Yes, wear the box again. You are taking picture of each other.
With who? Me with you or what? I choose you. We've got one number. You're different. I want to see. One number.
All number. Three of you, three of you.
Share the core vision. Core.
Your core and the environment, whatever you are comfortable to share.
Share like
Yeah.
You still remember your house?
To share the heart and the side.
You can take a picture. Organization. Ministry. Satisfaction. Appreciation.
Then the side.
Satisfaction, recognition, management, appreciation. One more, right? And success. Hey, for me, I feel value, achievement, or recognition for self, and you can go here. Achievement, okay. So it's achievement, value.
So as for me, the three calls, right, the love calls, basically satisfaction.
That's what I'm achieving.
Second one is basically the confidence that I was
Okay, you can take out the box if you want to refer.
Which one?
So this is
Value, achievement, satisfaction, and recognition, satisfaction. I think both of yours seems yeah. So actually we are quite safe. First is appreciation. Okay. Second is recognition. Yeah. Okay. The third one for me is happy means different from yours. The fourth is promotion. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. So these I can share all. One firstly listening.
because it's we have this all of this.
Open to speak the problem. Set the change. Open the ones to like I think in terms of caring and understanding.
Can try this for the leadership training actually. Do a session on the identity as a leader in the OSIM. What is the perspective that they have for themselves as a leader? It can be very powerful.
Things like reader and then from the able to take this actually you want to start any new idea or initiative you want to try it out. Yeah. Okay, correct. Understand. Share, finish. Okay, great. So basically, we want what do you mean for the Vietnamese? Basically, oh, yeah, okay. Choices, it's similar like this. Yeah. What kind of support you need the most? Okay.
那个3月的 BossCon 你有去吗？3月 BossCon 你 sign up 吧 ？Yeah,
It's in Bangkok, right?
Bangkok.
How come it take place in Bangkok?
因为它有一个 facility 它有 host
所以
在泰国，那边咯。它有 client 给 Jumbo to engage 也是。主要顺便叫 Jumbo 过去咯。
So it happens. I thought it's a conference.
所以它的 BossCon 呢是2天，then 它的 certification， 所以它的 certification actually cut to 1 day 而已。So 拜五是 1 day certification，then 拜六礼拜you consider that as also part of certification. Yeah. 拜礼拜是 he's going to get people to share ideas of how to use the box, and he will also share new ideas of how the box can be used.
Oh.
对。
So it's part of the certification.
他 consider as part of the certification.
So meaning you need to go attend the Saturday, Sunday one.
对 ，plus that 1 day on Friday to be certified. 你是可以 just attend the BoxCon 啊，不要 certify 也是可以。但我觉得没有意思的嘛，说去，好咯。Hey, okay, all right. Looks like a lot more. You all notice you all spend a lot more time in engaging with each other as compared to the first time.
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Why do you think that is the case?
I think what you have highlighted to us, communication is not just speak what you want to say, and then actually you must understanding actually for the others, what is the message they want to cause about. And then for me, I will take one more step. I will clarify with them why they need that. Just curious for them. So actually, then we can work towards that lah better. Yeah, correct. This from my perspective.
Your perspective lah.
Why I asked that question lah. Yeah, correct.
Okay?
Okay.
Anyone else? Or was it more or less engaging for you, right? It may be less. Your experience, yes.
I would say it's more engaging. Apart from more thing to say, we also like to, for example, we can see the doubt or in the other party's face, so we will ask. Yeah.
Okay. You can observe each other's expression. All right. How about your experience?
Again, it's more on really with the eyes open. I mean, for me, I'm able to pick up more signals, as in whenever what I'm saying, or probably if I'm hearing from, let's say, what Cheryl is actually sharing, right? It really means something to her, because by looking at eyes, I can actually sense, wow, 这个是很重要. She really bite on certain things, because this is not something new, but of course, by hearing from her again,
Right.
it kind of reinforces, okay, this is really her belief.
Okay. Often they say the eyes is the gateway to the soul. Okay, the power of eye engagement, right? We talk about, looking at people when we talk. Okay, that's how this came from. Okay, Eva, any experience for you?
Same law. I think aside we have more things to share. I think let's say how to say if we are not sure, we also will clarify. More how to say, more open to clarify. And when the person who needs to clarify is also more open to share the clarified points. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe because can see the facial expression better.
Okay. All
And
right.
faster also to understand what the person is saying and thinking through the facial expression.
Well, it's almost like even before the person finished saying something, right? You already have an idea of how you want to respond.
Something like that.
Which of course in itself may not necessarily be a positive thing. Right? Okay, but you really start thinking about how you want to further engage the person. Okay? Right, Cheryl?
I guess comparing this to the first time, right, is basically first time is where I feel very discomfort. So when I'm discomfort, I didn't really feel like I want to engage with the other parties. I don't know what's happening, because I cannot see the expressions. I cannot really hear what he's saying. Okay, but the second time, of course, is more. I feel more comfortable. When I'm comfortable, I will tend to be more paying more attention to what the person is saying, and plus, I know what is in his expressions. What he's trying to means to me, and these kind of things. When there's understanding, I find there's more engagement for me.
Okay.
Yeah, as comparing to the first one.
All right. Okay. So a lot more signal, a lot of information, right? It helps in the conversation. Also because the topic itself is more in-depth. Okay, we're going a bit more in-depth. Which is why some of you may feel it took you more time to come up with what you have written. Right? Because we are really looking at getting you to think a bit deeper. Right? Just beyond the statement that you've written. And the statement that you've written actually will give you a clue. Okay? Which is basically what was communicated in your own team meeting yesterday. Right? When you talk about the vision, right? When you had the team together. Now, thank you so much for your participation in this activity. Now, what we want to go into next is to move away from the box for a while. All right? We want to now go into the big five. All right? Now, again, why is it important to use a tool like the Workplace Big Five? Now, the Workplace Big Five is a psychometric profiling assessment. Okay, I call it a tool instead of an assessment because when we use the word assessment, they will always right or wrong. Okay, kind of a thinking, right? There is no right or wrong. It's about you getting to know more about yourself, which again, we are not saying you don't know about yourself, right? If you don't know about yourself, you won't be here today. You'll be somewhere else, maybe in IMH. All right, in Sengkang, Buangkok, right? Buangkok Green, yes, that's the address. They have a very nice name called Buangkok Green, like a garden. Okay, actually quite nice. I've been there. Just to share with you, I've been there once to visit a student. I was a school teacher. Long time ago. I used to teach. So I actually went there to visit a student who was having depression. So a very nice environment, by the way, really very nice. So no, okay, we are not saying that you don't know about yourself, but we can always know more. right? And as you have really experienced, we are not just getting you to know more about yourself, but also each other. So we have really dive a bit deeper into getting to know each other through you sharing about your core and also the environment that you need. Now, the next thing we want to now look at, right, is to translate all this into your personality profile. And one thing that we can get out of a personality profiling, right, is your preferences in the way that you behave. For example, tools like DISC, right, is a behavioral profiling assessment. But if you want to explain why you tend to behave in a certain way, then we go a little bit deeper into using what we call a personality profiling assessment, which all of you have taken the Big Five, right? Are you all familiar with DISC?
Yep.
Okay, and I'm sure you all will agree with me that it's a lot faster to complete the DISC assessment than the Big Five, right? And for very simple reason, because Big Five goes beyond just the behavior. We are trying to explain, all right, why you tend to behave in a certain way in a general or a more specific situation. Now, when we talk about behaviors, when we talk about the things that we do at work, right, often, of course, in the workplace, we have what we call competency, right? And the word competency comes from the competence. Okay, whether you are able to do the work day in, day out, right, without any problem, without any surprises, right? Now, when we say that someone is very competent in doing something, what are we exactly saying? Anyone?
Unconscious competence.
Unconscious competence, right? Okay, unconscious competence is the God level, you know, the sun, the God level where, yes, you don't even know 你在做了, you don't even know that you're actually doing, right? Okay, of course, the worst is what? Unconscious incompetence. You don't know, you cannot do. The one is the other way around. So in the middle, there's a few levels. But if you generally look at the word competence, right? When you say someone is competence, means that someone is dependable, reliable, right? You won't expect much of a surprise from the person. Okay, but I say surprise means those bad surprises that, wow, suddenly something goes wrong. And this person, hey, how come you cannot do this, right? Now, of course, depending on the level of competency, sometimes we can also get good surprises. Wow, this person can actually go beyond what is expected. Okay? Now, whatever it is, right, whether we are competent in doing something, of course, training has a part to play, right? Sales training, leadership training, soft skills, customer service, all kinds of training, right? But training being training, right? Those of us who have done and delivered training, right? Like this morning's question, right? That I asked Ray. Sometimes you train the participant, you can also see, right, which one is very likely to be successful using what you train, and maybe others may find it a bit more difficult, and you hope for the best for them. All right. Some people tend to be a lot more natural to certain things that they do. Some are not as much. Okay. So the question is, you know, why would some people be quote unquote a lot more talented, right, in doing something? Some people maybe less. Some people need more training. Some people need more coaching. Some people need more hand-holding. Some people may not. Now, in conventional psychology, the first thing that people will think of is, oh, whether the person like to do that something. Right? If a person hate doing something, then, you know, quite naturally, the person may not be good in doing it. Because if a person really don't like doing something, right, how can a person be good in doing it, right? But then again, it may not be true. Now, can you all think of an example, right, of yourself, your own example, right, that actually you like doing something, but you're not so confident, right, that you're actually good in doing it? Any example you can think of? You like doing something, but you don't think you're actually good in doing it.
Do you have an example of yourself?
I have. Football. Okay, I like playing football, but I'm lousy. That's why I don't get a lot of invitation playing football, because I cannot play. So I don't play for a long time already. If I'm going to play football, I'll be invited to play, right? And it can be a career. right? English Premier League, they're all millionaires. They are all multi-millionaires. People pay them $1 million to play football. Okay, but I'm not. But I like watching football, I like playing football. But I don't get invited to play football. I don't get paid doing it. So that's my example.
So this, okay, any example?
Any example? Your own example. If you are able to share. That you like doing. Okay, somehow. I just don't think that you can get, you are really good in doing it. And people will actually pay you doing it. Anyone?
Maybe I can share first.
Yes, please go ahead.
Singing.
Singing?
Yeah,
Okay.
I like to sing. I
Okay.
don't think I'm professional enough to people pay for me. To do it.
People won't go to your concert.
Yeah.
Okay, so singing, right?
My answer also.
Singing,
Same.
Sing.
okay, right? It could be a lot of other things that you can think about if you have more time. Right? Basically, a lot of the things that we do for as a pastime. Right? So the question is, right, you like singing, is it because you really like the singing? Or is something else? Right? For me, I like playing football. Is it really that I like messing around with the ball? I like to kick the ball? Or actually I like something else? Right? And I discovered, and this is your own answer, okay? My answer to that is actually, physically, I'm not built to play football. But I like playing football because of the companionship. I feel belong to a group. So I studied in St. Andrews. All boys. All boys, what do you do after lesson? You play football. Right? Indra Shadan, the national player, he was my classmate. Sec 1. I remember when anyone tried to block his shot, you will get a bad stomach ache. Because that was how strong he was. And I belong to a class, middle class. I wasn't top student, so I was in the middle class. After school, what do? We play football. All right? And it so happens that in my class, okay, so in St. Andrews, because it's an Anglican school, right? Of course, government school, they take in students from all races. But the Malays are usually in one class. Because of they can't go to the church. So they put all the Malays. And my class happened to be the class with Malays. So, Malay, they like to play football. It's in their blood because they're very good at Indra. So it's a sense of belonging. So I play football. I like playing football because why? It's a sense of belonging. Not actually because I'm good at it. I'm not good at it, but I still play. Because why? It fulfills that sense of belonging that I have. All right, which actually goes into personality. Right, there's a part of me in my personality trait that tells me that I need that sense of belonging to a group of people of certain characteristic. Right, it's almost like a sense of recognition that I belong to a group that I needed in my life. All right. Now, so for many of us here, for all of us here, we have a tendency to be doing something, right? Not just because we are good at it. Of course, in many examples of our life, right, we sometimes think that we like doing something because we are good at it. Okay, but actually, subconsciously, or now maybe more conscious now that because I brought this example up to you, right? You realize actually, it may not actually be that thing that you are doing, it's something else. So the energy that you have, right, in doing something day in, day out, okay, without sometimes even you knowing that you are actually using energy to do it, right, okay, is related to our personality profile. Okay, we call this the natural energy. The natural energy that we have, right? And why do we have the natural energy? Well, psychologists will tell you is genetic. We take after our parents. But a large part of it is also what? Formative. Right? How we grow up, the environment that we are in, how we are influenced. Right? Those of us with kids, the typical age of 0 to 4, right? 5 to about 12, and then of course adolescents, 12 to 18. These are the various so-called formative years. Right? 0 to 4 parents, right? 5 to 12 will be the school, right? Classmate, and then 12 and above will be friends, right? Friends can be beyond the school, right? Anyone that so that's also the reason why they say that teenage years. Okay, if any of us have teenage children, you just remember, just think back to your time when you were a teenager. Very tricky, that period of time. You can be very, very easily influenced by people because that's how we form our identity. Then beyond that, right, we more or less have that more stable personality trait, right, that tells us the natural energy that we have for the work or for the things that we do. Now, so in order to kind of dive a bit deeper into this, right, and then later we will relate back to the box that we have been working on. For now, I like to distribute this to you, all right? Okay, this is what we call, okay, right, I think there are only Cheryl and Ray, right? Ray, you took your, is Ray ma? Ray took B5, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So Cheryl and Ray will probably will find this familiar. Okay, the three of you may not find this familiar. Now, what you have there is 21 competencies, right? 21 competencies. Now, what is competency? Competency is typically described, right, based on what you can observe the person to be doing. So, for example, if we look at the first competency, action focus, right? Action focus is one of the 21 competencies, right? And it's a competency that you can relate to some jobs in the organization. Now, the meaning of each competency, right, such as action focus, can be seen based on what we call the identifier. The identifier is basically the description of how you will identify someone whom you will describe as action focused. So for someone to be action focused, right, it will be someone who is prepared to execute quickly and effectively in the context of urgency, scan situation and so on, display appropriate sense of urgency and so on, right? So every competency that you see here, right, is described based on these three identifiers. Okay? In other words, right, if I want to describe someone as action focused, I must agree fully to these three statements about that someone. Means I can see that this someone has all these three. Now, of course, this exercise is not about someone. It's about you. Right? Now, they are all together 21 competencies. Right? Why 21? Because these are the 21 competencies that are covered in the Big Five profiling tool. Right? Now, before I go into your report, okay, the first thing I'd like you to do, right, is to go through, and this one will take some time. Okay, I think we can have up to until 12. Right? I'd like you to go through this set of competencies, right, and select the top three. Why I say top three is because you will find many of them relevant to your role. Okay? But we don't want to focus too many. We only want to focus top three. Now, how do we do that? First, go through the 21 competency. Just look at the competency name first. Okay? Which one do you think, right, has got nothing to do with your job? Very irrelevant to what you do. Then you confirm by reading the competency. And if you don't think that you are doing any of these identifier, and this identifier has got nothing to do with your job, then you can first eliminate. So you eliminate competencies that has got nothing to do with your job. Now, how many do you eliminate is up to you. No hard and fast. There will be a few that you will eliminate. After you have done that, the rest that stays behind, right, or remaining, are the rest that you find somehow is related to your job. All right? After elimination, okay, you choose 5. 5 that you most agree with, right? After that, from the 5, you rank from 1 to 5. Then after you rank from 1 to 5, you take the top 3. Okay, so 3 steps. Eliminate, all right, top 5, and then you rank, and then you take the top 3. Okay? Can? All right, let's do it.
You want me to share that with you?
No need, no need. Later I will ask you to check. Yeah.
Oh, I did.
Yes.
I did.
Hey, maybe I should share, huh?
What you say?
Okay, sorry. Can I pause? Sorry. Yes, I would like Cheryl to share her example of what she did to select her tree.
Okay.
We talk about the tree first. 你的三个
My own.
your own
so
tree.
basically, this is to choose the 3 core competencies that is required for my job to do well in a way, or I at least I'm fulfilling the job, get a role. Okay. So as I go through, I share my experience. As I go through, you realize that I realize that a lot of competency is really required. Example: effective communications, dedications, action focus. Right, I got to take actions. Okay, so there is a lot. Oh, I need to have like engaging others. Am I right? As an OD persons, we need to navigate ambiguities. There's a lot. All right, so even like being very sales focused, etc., etc. Okay, so that's where eliminations first, really seriously, those that eliminates. Okay, but the challenge is everything seems important. Yeah, it's very hard to eliminate. So I asked myself, what are the out of this 21, right? What are the competency, okay, which is called to enable me to fulfill my job? If let's say I don't have effective communications, only average, would I still survive this job? Would I still do well? I think yes, still possible. I just take longer time to communicate, right? Yeah. So okay, then after that, I delete off. This is comparing to others. Then it's not as important. It's important, but it's not important. Okay. So this is how I go about it. Okay. Most probably, maybe you all will face the same thing as me. If let's say, seeing that everything is possible. But what is the question that I ask again is basically, okay, comparing to this and this, which will enable me to do my job better, fulfill my role as a head of OSIM Academy. All right, without this, example, effective communications or less action focus, but I still can get the job done, yes, just longer. Then it's okay, right? Then other things. So what is really required for as a head of OSIM Academy? So I chose 3 after going through this process, which is quite long for me, few hours. Okay, so hopefully 15 minutes you all can do the job. Okay, so first of all, as a head of OSIM, very importantly, visions. Because without these visions, then how I'm going to bring this OSIM Academy and bring the team, which is all of you, where are we going? Me, without knowing where I'm going, the team will be lost as well. Okay, so it's very important, right? So this is visions, where and what kind of standards I want to achieve for this OSIM Academy. This first thing. Okay, so the second one is basically strategic decision making. There's one, right? Which ones?
19.
19, right?
Yeah, vision.
Yeah, having the visions ready, then I have to know, I have to make a strategic decision. There's so many things the company wants to fulfill. There's so many OSIM academies can fulfill for the employees, for the organization. What goes first? I got to make these decisions because my decision is important so that Ray, Terence, Eva, Telvin know where to, which to prioritize. If not, we only got 24 hours, 8 hours per day to fulfill. Okay, so I have to be very clear which to prioritize. Then the team know which to prioritize. Am I right? Without this, we can bring forward. So comparing the strategic versus effective communication, which is more important for me at the head. I believe that you all agree visions and strategic thinking, right? So the same things, how your decisions on this competency impact on the role. Third one, system thinking. Okay, why system thinking is important? I have to know that what solve the problems for the organizations is not just by one issue. Everything is connected, and where is the root? By knowing, for me to have a system thinking and know where is the root, then we can really prioritize where to solve. Okay, if not, if let's say I don't have these abilities, right, I will ask you to solve certain things might not be the root cause, that everybody will be spending time elsewhere, which at the end of the day doesn't bring value to the organization. So these 3 top priorities. Okay, make sense? All right, so happy going through the process.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
What is your another two? Another two?
So one is visions.
No, another two is what?
Later.
Oh.
Yeah, talk about the other 2 later we will review.
Oh, okay.
So I choose the top five, right? Top three first.
Okay, for each of you will have 3 for your role.
Okay.
Okay, but you choose 5 first.
Okay.
Then you choose 5, then you choose 3. Yeah, I have a reason for that. Later I'll explain. 叫什么啊？你这种一直是看电影的是吧？Movie chair。
Sofa that can massage.
嗯。
那你们会比较久的时间？我呢，后面都不需要。I think for me 才会很快。Anything is the ranking. What you need so for your role, correct? This is what I need, not what I have.
Yeah. Yes. Any?
What I have
Yeah.
for this job.
Yes. It's for your. It's on your job. On your job. On your role. Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
What I need, right? It's not what I have, right?
What you need.
What I need.
What you think is most important.
Oh.
Yeah. Which in a way you would also have lah. But it doesn't matter. Don't think about performance. Think about most important, the importance. Mm.
Okay. Yes.
要塞吗？
对啊，我就想问他不是
退给你们。
那第一次的时候，我有点奇怪，为什么退给我又放回他桌子，因为我去那两次他都不在桌子。
应该是 OK 了吧？
然后你就 text 我说
Because he asked me, then I just reply her, but she never reply already.
哦
But she have to sign 嘛。
因为我今天看，我桌子也没有东西啊，所以应该就
就是是 sign then 就 go by claims will do 再 go by ROP 哦，因为你用他的 credit
啊，我让他看，说我在桌子没有看到 ROP 啊，就
Yeah, because he thought it's the tea break, but I told her it's just a normal snack that usually we buy.
对吗？我
Yeah.
说 call that T
Yeah, so usually you kind of, for example, let's say it's $300. So out of 100 packs, it's $53 per pack. 就是 over the training the whole day. So usually when we other training is also this
对吗？他是用 for T break purpose。哦，他想要 T break 是想要
Yes.
外面的那种。
that means like for tea fancy food.
哦 t h e T。
Yeah. So we usually say it's those kind of like.
哦，在 snack display 就懂了。哦，坐在桌子没有看到 I take it that，他应该就是把 ROP 给谁？
Okay. How is it?
How was it?
Yeah.
A list of 5
Alright.
ranking.
Okay. Have you ranked the five
I
data?
rank accordingly.
Okay. All right. Okay, good. We can resume. All right. Now, you may be wondering why we ask you to do 5 first, and then we ask you to choose the top 3, right, for your own. Okay. Now, typically, when we talk about choices, again, choices that we can remember, we don't go beyond 5. Anything that is more than 5, right? For example, if you are given, if you are asked to choose something, for example, right, and we give you more than 5 choices, right? Usually you may not make the most out of the choices, okay? As compared to having 5 or less, right? The lesser choices that you have, right, the more time and more thinking you go through to select the ones that really matters to you. So that's number 1. Number 2, right, is we also want a certain sense of collective, this shared responsibility, right, on what matters to all of you as a group. So the 3 belongs to you. Nobody decide for you, right? You decide based on what you think is most important to your role. This is based on your experience, especially working in OSIM Academy, right? Whichever number of years that you have. But the other 2, right, is what I've asked Cheryl to choose for the whole group. So herself and all of you here will have another 2 more competencies, right, that are important, okay, based on her leadership assessment, right, for the academy. Now, you may ask this question, right? What happens if, let's say, the 2 that she selected for the whole group is the same as the 3 that you have? Okay? Then what do? You look at your 4 and 5. In other words, you can add on. But if, let's say, right, okay, you have nothing much to add on and you have less than 5, then it's okay. Then we have less than 5. So ideally, right, all of you have 3 competency that belongs to you, 2 that belongs to everyone. So total 5. Okay, so these will be the 5 competencies that would be important for you individually in your role and collectively as a team for OSIM Academy. Okay, so what are the 2?
OSIM Academy.
Yes.
First thing first is definitely people development, because that is the reason for the birth of this OSIM Academy, which is to build the people in OSIM where we are now. Okay.
So people development.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the other 2, I was contemplating between this and this, but in the end I chose very important one is stakeholder management.
Okay.
Because when we drive, whatever we are driving, right, is we don't own all these processes, but it's how we influence the stakeholders to own these systems to drive the departments for effectiveness for the organizations.
Okay, very good.
Got it?
Okay. Now, so what if let's say among the three that we have selected just now, right? You really got people development and stakeholder management. Then you replace it with the other two. You know, you got your fourth and fifth, right? Right? Okay. So collectively, or rather, each of you should have 5.
Yes.
What are the 5? You should have people development,
Yep.
stakeholder management,
Yes.
and another 3 more. Alright? Have, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is there a need to now rank these 5? Answer, no. Let's just take it that all these 5, right, are equally important for you. Okay? I know I did ask you to rank just now. Okay, but now you unrank them. Okay, so this 5 is what should be your set of competency, right? For you to look at, okay, moving ahead as part of the academy. For yourself, individually, your role, and also collectively as a team.
CP, just to clarify again, you're
Yes.
saying, let's say the 4th and 5th, or maybe out of the 5, there is none on people developments and the stakeholder, you have to change, replace on the 4th and 5th competency that,
No, that means they will just add the 2 into the 3 that they have, then become 5.
meaning what, you got to replace with something, right?
Okay, so because how many of you, right, when you select the 3, you had people development and stakeholder management? You have, right? You have 1, right? Then you choose then just now the one that you have at the number 4 will become one of your competency.
But my number 4 is people development.
Okay, then the 5th. The 5th is
so-
what?
First one is stakeholder.
Okay, let me write down.
Can we
Okay.
write it down? Maybe
Yeah,
using Telvin.
So I use Terence example, right? Okay, what were your 3? Your top 3.
Oh my God.
All your 5. Tell me all your 5.
Okay, my first one is stakeholder management,
Okay.
followed by sales focus.
Okay.
Okay, followed by collaboration,
Collaboration. Okay.
followed by people development,
Okay.
and the last one is follow through.
You follow through, right?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, all nicely 5.
Yeah.
So you have your 3. This is your 3, right?
Yeah.
And this is the 2 for the academy. Finish.
That means
Yeah.
that you have, so let's say for Telvin, say,
Okay, Kavin, what are your 5? I mean, you just read out the 5. We want to make sure that all of you got 5.
Mine is stakeholder management,
Uh-huh.
action focus, collaboration, performance focus, people development.
Okay, all 5.
also got 5.
You got 5?
Also got 5.
Okay, what are your 5?
Stakeholder management, action focus, customer focus, engagement others, and people development.
Hmm.
So also got 5.
5. Eva?
Oh,
I got. Wait, you mean
Yeah.
my original 5?
Yeah, original.
original.
Okay, original 5 first. Yeah, original 5.
Oh, original 5 don't have this. Don't have that.
Don't have
two,
these two.
Ah.
So how?
Yeah.
Okay, so what are the original 5?
Just read out your
Ah.
The
original
top
5.
3 I identify.
Then your top 3 then plus 2 more than 5 already.
Yeah, got 5.
So what are the 5?
So what are the 5?
Oh,
So
okay.
you initially got 5.
Yeah.
Maybe you
Then-
just put down the 5 first.
put down 5
So
first,
you replace,
Ah.
Okay lah. Not in ranking order.
Okay.
Not in ranking. Okay, action focus.
And not in ranking.
Must be in ranking.
You need to rank.
Rank,
You need to rank.
Okay.
Okay.
Follow through.
Okay, follow through.
Collaboration. Action focus.
Okay. Okay, we write down first and then you rank again. You just confirm.
Effective communication. And performance focus.
Okay. Now, of course, we need to now put in the stakeholder management and people development, right? So you need to rank them. The last 2 you drop.
Yeah, lah.
Then you put in these 2. So you drop, So you drop these 2, right? So you have stakeholder,
Oh.
and then you have your people development. Hello? So you should got 5. Now, of course, you unrank them. So all these 5, you treat them as equally important. This one same. Treat them as equally important. Yeah. So now you unrank all of them. Good?
Three of them
Yes.
got collaboration.
Yeah. Yeah. It's what happens that you feel is important in your role. So good. Yeah. Yes, Terence.
Question.
Yeah.
I believe stakeholder management and people development is a must for all of us
Correct.
as a team.
Hmm.
Whereas for individual of our role over here, that's where the differences comes.
Correct. That's where the 3 competencies can be different. I mean, your job could also overlap. Right? Because you all belong to the same team, should overlap. It's very hard to have roles that are distinctly different, unless you are from another team, right? You are doing finance. Okay lah. Even finance also, they have collaboration. So it's okay to have overlap competency among yourself, but what must overlap will be the team competency. These two. Your people development and your stakeholder management. Good. Now,
Sorry, CB.
Yes.
I have a question. Because
Please.
actually my top 3,
Ah.
you don't mind to write down?
Yeah.
So everyone can see.
Yes.
Okay. So it's action focus, customer focus, and engagement others.
Engaging others.
Engaging others.
Sales.
No, not sales.
Oh.
Customer.
Customer. Okay.
Customer focus.
Customer focus.
And action focus.
Action focus also. And that one is what? The third one.
Engage others.
Oh, engaging others. Engage others. Sorry.
Yeah.
Engage others. Sorry. Yeah. Okay.
So my question is like if my top 3 priority is different for the bosses or different for my colleague, any conflict?
No conflict. Because it's your role.
Okay.
It's your role.
It's my
Right.
belief also as well.
Your belief of what you think is important to your role.
Okay.
Yeah. Of course, there's always a question as to whether Cheryl should approve your three competencies. She did ask me this question, right? I said no need.
Yeah, right.
Why no need is because, right, if you are ready, if you have no idea of what is important in your role, you won't even be here today. You're long gone already. Right?
Again, the statement is
If you are not already familiar or know very well, right, what is important to your role, okay, until Cheryl must come and approve, right, then you shouldn't be in your role in the first place. You will be out of this academy. Right?
that means I would
Yeah.
have like terminate them long.
Yeah, in a way.
In a way, right?
Or you own self buy already.
Because
Yeah.
you cannot.
CB, will there be different expectations? For example, my top 3 and Cheryl's top 3
Ah.
is slightly different.
Because, okay, so you see, when we loosely use the word top 3 as your individual competency, right? Not that it's more important than the team competency, right? They are all equally important. So let's say your individual competency and Cheryl individual is different. Definitely different because the role that you do is different, right? You have your role, she has a role. So it'll be different.
But if let's say, okay, so I have my own ranking of top 3.
Correct.
Then when she look at my role, her perception of my ranking,
The competencies are.
my competency
Right.
differs from her.
Okay, that is possible. That we will handle under performance management, which is not today's topic. That one is under performance management. Right, today is about your development. So that's why I say, right, you unrank them. The ranking is just to facilitate the choosing, the choice. After that, you unrank. That means they are all, in your eyes for now, equally important. Later on, when you do performance management with Cheryl, then that's another story. Because when you do performance management, of course, there will be priority. The one cannot run because time is limited. So what is more important than the other? I mean, they are all equally important like animal farm, right? We always say all animals are equal, but they are actually not equal. Okay?
So as for now, it's more on self-awareness, thinking that what are the competencies that are important based on my self-awareness.
Based on what you assess, your self-evaluation.
So whether this align with the boss, maybe me with my boss is really the communication I have with my boss.
Correct.
Right?
And I always say this to bosses, right? The ownership of the importance of competency should always lie with the employees. Because boss, you have already got your say there. What is your say? This one. This is your say. Right? You already tell everyone this is important. Right? You see? So this is already your contribution. The rest, leave it to the employee to look at. Unless it's something that is really, really off. But like I said, you have really experienced the 21 competency cannot be too off. Actually, you can actually choose everything, right? They're all relevant. Why? Because this tool is called Workplace Big 5. It's about the workplace. But yet, at the same time, right, we cannot focus on 21 competency. You focus on too many, you're not focusing on anything. You split your attention too much. Really. So the 3 plus 2, the 5, right, will be just enough. Right? We call this the psychology of choice. 5. You go beyond 5, very difficult.
How was this 21 competency being chosen by Big 5?
They did a lot of research. Originally, there were 53.
Okay.
Then they slowly combine the competency together. So the competency definition that you see, right, the descriptor, These are not from the company that created this tool. It's from other companies. They did research on workplace vocational psychology.
Vocational.
Psychology. There is this branch of psychology called vocational psychology. In today's age, we call it career development. But it's actually a field in psychology.
So the studies that what are the competency requires to perform certain tasks.
Correct. What are the competencies that will be relevant to jobs at the workplace? Yeah.
When was the
Yeah.
last research done?
The last revision was 2022.
Okay.
So the one that you all see now, the 21 competency, came out in 2022, right after COVID. Good.
Yes.
Okay, so now we go back to the box. Right, don't forget the box. Right, now as we do the box, right, I will need you to pull out your Big Five report as well.
Okay, so
So Cheryl will send to the three of you. You'll refer on your phone. Okay. There are there are two reports that you'll be getting. One is the trait. The other one is the competency. We just focus on competency report for today. Okay, competency report. The cover page says competency report.
Chinese one this one，
做你的这个黑色的。intro 还黑色的。
它没有放 color
是吗？
对对对。
哦，
I send to WhatsApp to you.
OK 这个对，你的这个 competency。So 你就要看的是，competency report 不是这个，就是 trait，这个不用，这个是 trait report。
WhatsApp. So you just download.
competency 是这个，对了。Okay, Lisa, I pull out my
I gotta pull out mine also, right?
I pull out my sample report.
For my name. Look for competency report. Oh, this is true. Report. Competency report. Yeah. Competency report. Yeah.
Yeah. You choose which one to see first.
Wait. I pull out my sample report. Wow. New sample
So
report.
you just select yours was yourself first.
Okay, you should pull out this report, right? That has this cover page. This
Competency.
one, competency report.
Ah.
Okay, focus on competency report. Okay. The trait report towards the end, I will just mention a few things. I want good for your own reading. Right? Now, competency report. So the 21 competency that you saw just now, right? Came from here. Okay, the cover page. You can see the 21. Okay. Now I'm going to choose one of the two competency to walk you all through what to read. Okay. You do the same for the rest of the 5. I'll choose one as an example. But first, I want to explain something, and all of you will be focusing on that one, I'm sure. I want to talk about the battery. You all see the battery here?
Yep.
First, this is not performance management. We are not saying, because you are draining, you are lousy for the competency. No. We are not saying because you are energizing means you are good in the competency. Now, whether you are strong or not so strong in competency, only Cheryl can tell. Because she's your boss, not the competency report. Right? So what we want you to read, how we want you to read and interpret the battery, right, is like the energy that I talk about. If my energy is high, full energy bar, means I can demonstrate this competency day in, day out at a high intensity level, right? And likely many people, if not everyone that I work with, will agree that this is who I am. How will they be able to agree? They look at the identifier, just like what you did. So when they want to know about you, or rather when we show them the competency, right, and ask them, does this represent, let's say, Kelvin? They say, yeah, Kelvin is like that. Because it's very clear, right? Because everybody can see you doing it. Right? Now, there are also occasions where some competency, you may be energizing, but people don't know. Because you don't have the chance to use it. Maybe in the course of your work, it's not that important. But you have that in you, just that you're not showing. Also possible. Okay? Now, how about draining? Draining will be, you have one energy bar. You can still do it. You can still demonstrate the behavior, but not day in, day out. Maybe occasionally. But if you are supposed to do it day in, day out, you will get very tired. And this will be, and the work that is related to a competency where you are draining or outside comfort zone will be where you need support. Right? You need support. What kind of support? Maybe someone who is able to help you do part of the task. Someone who is able to provide you with guidance, remind you, hey, this should be done this way, and so on. Right? We all need reminders in our life. Okay, in doing things in a certain way. Okay, that's why I hear somebody talk about freedom, right? Sometimes we want the freedom to be doing things our own way. All of us need that. It's only more or less, right? And why sometimes we think that we need freedom to be doing something in our way? Because we want to use our energy. Sometimes we don't want people to tell us what to do because we don't have the energy for that thing, right? So energy determines whether we can do this frequently and how intensive it can be, right? The intensity, how much and how frequent. Okay. Now, in the world that we are in today, right, in the corporate world, this is something that I always tell my students, right? You will tell your children also if you have kids, that sometimes it's the impression that you give people. It's the impression, right? We are in a very impressionable world where people quickly see you for who you are based on what you do, right? And that's also the reason why for all of us here, all of you here, you're all seasoned corporate professional, right? In most things that we do, right, we know what we need to do and how we need to show people, right? So it's about reminding ourselves, okay, that we need to do certain work in a certain way, okay? That reminder comes in because of the energy level I mentioned earlier. Sometimes you don't even need to remind ourselves, right? Because we are doing it naturally, because we are energizing. Sometimes we need to remind ourselves because we get very tired, okay? But of course, there's so much behavior, so much things that we can show. Sometimes it's also prioritized, right? What is more important for people to know that we are doing that thing in that way versus others? And that is why I got all of you to talk about your top 3 competencies, plus the 2 that Cheryl selected for all, right? Because if I just look at, for example, people development, which is the bread and butter of OSIM Academy, whatever you do, right? In some ways, you must give people confidence that you are what? You are delivering this. And to get people to have confidence of you delivering this, they must first of all see you doing it often. They must also see you doing it at certain intensity. It's the frequency and the intensity. So what will happen if, let's say, right, and some of you, your energy level might be low for people development. Is it because you are in the wrong job? Right? Because a job cannot be determined by just one competency. Unless all the competency, you are all draining. Then I also wonder why you are here today. Okay, cannot be, right? Something is missing. Okay.
I wonder why I keep them.
Yeah. Why you are still here? Okay, you must have been doing something right. Okay, so there are certain areas that we are good in doing, but we may not be able to do it day in, day out. And we need to be aware of that. So where is the potential exhaustion and the tiredness for you? Then we will dive deeper using the competency report. Okay, I'll give you an example for myself, right? Okay, in my big 5, first of all, I forgot to mention your energy level, right? How do we determine your energy level? It comes from your first report, called the trait report. All right, I will explain later how that is, but it's not out of the sky. We give the energy level to you. And if you remember, right, we did not give you any mathematics tests, any IQ tests. It was just asking about, whether you agree or disagree with the way you behave at work or your preferences at work, right? It was a question that you answered. Okay, if I remember now, got 72 questions. Sorry, I can't remember how many questions. They changed the number of questions. It used to be 85. Right? They changed it, the number of questions. It was not about your ability. It's never about ability. It's about the sense of, right, whether okay, you are able to be doing. So it is the impression that you give to others. And impression is given based on your behavior. All right. So we want to dive a bit deeper into that area, right? That now you're aware, you're in this way. Awareness brings what? Awareness brings about focus, right? Then you can focus a lot more into areas where maybe you need to start showing that you're doing this a bit differently, right? To give confidence. Okay, so I was about to share my experience, right? Now, my personality profile, one of the traits that we have in the 5 traits. So this assessment is called Workplace Big 5. Why Big 5? 5, as in 5. It's because it's based on this theory called the 5-factor personality model, right? It's called the Big 5 in psychology. So why Workplace Big 5? Because we apply this Big 5 into the workplace. That's where all the competency comes about. One of the traits is on extroversion. It's called extroversion. Extroversion, as we know, is extrovert versus introvert. Okay, I'm an introvert. Doesn't look like it, right? How can a trainer be introvert? Maybe surprised, a lot of introverted. Apparently, a lot of there are more introverted HR people / trainer than extrovert. Somebody once told me, I don't know whether it's true, right? So for me as an introvert, I learned through the hard way, right? That I cannot train every day. Okay, the most number of days that I did training for was 4 days. And that was in Dubai. Okay, I was asked to take over a colleague last minute. Very last minute, he broke his leg playing football. He was a British guy. So at the time, I was working in MNC. So I have an office in Dubai. It was a leadership program that he was supposed to run. He broke his leg playing football. 3 or 4 days before the Monday, right? I think it was Wednesday. Okay, my boss from New York called me on the phone. I was like, this one is an American number. I was like, should I pick up? And then I pick up. Back in those days, a lot less scam call as compared to today. There was a lot of scam call. Back in those days, very few. Okay, so I pick up. It was my boss. And he told me to prepare to go to Dubai. I said, huh? To do a training. I said, huh? This is a training that I've never done before in Singapore. Because in Singapore, who has time to do 4 days training, right? Okay. Even that number of years ago, it was about 10 years ago. Already to get people to come together for 4 days training is very difficult. Today, even 2 days is very difficult. So he said, no. Dubai people, they like 4 days training. I said, okay. So he asked me to prepare. Right? And I only got 2-3 days to prepare before I have to fly. So it was very, very rushed. So I went, I did the training in Dubai. And it was my first time to Dubai. You know anyone been to Dubai before?
Transit.
Transit, the Dubai airport. Yeah, I'll talk about the airport later. Okay. So Dubai, right? They have actually one main road that is named after the Sheikh. Sheikh don't know whatever. Sheikh means king. Okay, they are sultan. Right? Called Sheikh. And it's a 6-lane road. 3 lanes on each side. And so because of that, right, traffic in Dubai is hardly congested. Especially from airport down to the town. And airport is actually quite near town. So I didn't know. So I booked a very early vehicle, right, to bring me on the last day. So on the 4th day, I finished the training in the afternoon, 3 o'clock. So I got the car to fetch me to the airport. So I thought it would be late. I don't want to be late because my flight was at 9, right? So I want to be early. So I reached the airport around 4+, right? Plus and minus, 4+. I checked in Emirates, because Emirates, all the counter open, so no need to wait. So I went into the airport, and Dubai airport, right, has this design. It's the same as the Bangkok airport. Suvarnabhumi airport. Right? I'm sure you'll be to Bangkok, right? The Suvarnabhumi airport, right, is 2 levels. Okay? Top level, and then you're going to go down to the waiting area. Right? Now, because I was early, right? Okay, my gate wasn't open. So I went, and Dubai airport, if Cheryl, you remember, right? They have this very nice beach chair that you can sit and wait for the flight. Very comfortable. These are those chairs that you find on the beach. Okay, wavy, with the contour of the body. And you can just sit there. Okay. I couldn't go to the lounge because my boss was cheapo. He didn't buy me the business class. Put me the lousy economic class for 6.5 hour flight. He actually did not follow the corporate rule. Corporate rule is after more than 6 hours, I should get business class. But that one is only for the white people. The yellow skin one don't have. So I was yellow skin, right? So Asian, we don't get that kind of privilege. So I went to the chair and I sat down. And I fell asleep. I didn't know I was that tired. I still felt very energetic. But once I sat on the chair, I totally switched off. I got training done, everything done, no more worry, right? Done the 4 days, right? Or 3.5 days. When I woke up, right, I look at the gate, because I was seated next to the gate with the signboard. It was no longer to Singapore. It was to Addis Ababa, which is the capital of Ethiopia. So first of all, I woke up, I was okay, hey, why am I here at this place? That doesn't look very familiar. So I was a bit disoriented. Then I looked up, I saw the sign. Then I remember, okay, I was actually waiting for the flight. But why am I going to Ethiopia? It was an Emirates flight going to Ethiopia. I said, something is wrong. Then I look at my watch, right? And the time I was still wearing my watch. It was 2:30 a.m. So I slept from 5 p.m., right, to 2:30 a.m. So if you count how many hours, 9 hours. So I was totally exhausted. I was left with no more energy. And I was running on what we call adrenaline. It was additional energy that I found from somewhere that was running my body to the ground. So I totally knock out until 2+. Then I checked my passport. Okay, lucky still on my body. I checked my money still there, my baggage still there, everything is still there. Oh, luckily, okay. But the pain long gone. And because my boss bought the cheapest ticket, right? No refund, nothing. I got to pay for a new one. And he refused to reimburse me. So I always remember this boss. Not a very nice boss. Okay, his name is Ronnie Van Stinkister. I always remember him. Refused to buy me a new ticket. Because I actually messaged him. US timing was the daytime. He said, no, this is your responsibility, something like that. Like, go to buy your own new one. So yeah, I bought an air ticket. I bought a ticket, Emirates flight at 6 o'clock in the morning to fly back to Singapore. Okay, so that is what will happen, right? If you get burnt out. That one is called burnout. I was burnt out within that 4 days. So today, right, while I do training as part of my job, as you call it, right, or things that I do to earn money, okay, people pay me money to do it. So I think I'm decent, right, that I can earn money doing trading, okay. But is it something that I'm natural in doing? Answer is no. Because there's one part of it where because I'm not an extrovert, I use up a lot of energy. So today I'm very conscious, right? I cannot do training for more than 3 days. 3 is my maximum. In fact, 2, right? I prefer just 2 days. That's it. Now I get very, very tired. Okay, so that's what we want to help you to discover, right? What are things that energizes you? What are things or tasks that, right, may not be as energizing? Okay, so with that, right, let's go back to your box. Okay, now,
Questions.
yes, please.
So does that mean, CP, because each of us will have our thoughts, does that mean that for those that maybe is 2 bar or 1 bar, that is not our competency or?
No, okay. It means that you are not natural. You can still be competent. Like, just look at me, right? I won't say I'm the best trainer, of course. I mean, right? But I think I'm competent as a trainer because people still pay me money to do training. And I'm still doing training after so many years. So I'm competent as a trainer, right? But I'm not natural as a trainer.
You're not natural, meaning it will be like?
I have to be very careful of my energy level. That means I cannot do training every day or day in, day out. And my intensity level as a trainer is not high. I cannot keep up the energy. So the first kind of training, the one training that I don't do, right? 100% I won't touch on. It's team building. I cannot. I can maybe only last 2 hours. If it's 2 hours team building, I can do. 1 day team building, I'll die. Because I don't have kind of energy to be, people to run and do all.
So meaning, let's say even it's a 4 or 5, that doesn't mean I'm very competent as well. It's just talking about the energy.
Yes. Chances are, of course, if your energy bar is higher, chances are you have a higher probability to be seen to be competent. 2 conditions. 1, your job must allow you to demonstrate. If your job does not require you to be demonstrating those behavior that can use your energy, then it will be quite useless to you for this job that you are doing. So that's one, right? Do you have an opportunity, right? The other one also the skills. Your energy is there, but you may not have harnessed the energy. So that is why training is always important, right? If I can refer back to what way you do, right, in your work, sales training. You can have a very enthusiastic, very natural salesperson, but the person is not trained to sell massage chair. Maybe the person was selling cars. May not fit. But you talk about consumer behavior, right? Buyer behavior. If the person doesn't understand what goes behind a son or the daughter buying massage chair for the parent, then you can't sell the chair. You can be very good in the way you engage, but if you're not saying the right thing to the customer, you still can't sell. Right? So the buyer behavior. So all these are where training comes in. So one, opportunity. Two, the training, the skills.
So could it be, one more last question, could it be, for example, the person's, the bar is 2 because it requires a lot of energy. Could it be it's because the skill is not being trained, that's why you find very draining?
Not necessary.
Not necessary.
Okay, so remember, your battery that comes here, right, has got no input from performance, has got no input from your skills assessment. The question that we ask you, right, is not aptitude test. Right, if you go back to the assessment that you did, right, page 5, it's not showing you 3 pictures and ask you what is the 4th picture. Not like those IQ tests or give you a mathematics sum and ask you to calculate. No. We don't test on skills. We test on your what? Your personality.
It's more on the person preference.
Correct. Correct. So we cannot say that, okay, the draining is because, oh, you're not skilled. Not necessary. So for me, I'm draining. If any of the competencies are related to training, right, the most relatable to training is presentation. My presentation is very low. I think draining, I remember. My presentation.
But that doesn't mean
But I'm here
you're not
presenting.
skilled.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you're not skillful. You can be very skillful, it's just like presentation is very draining for you.
Correct. It is very draining for me.
But if let's say you have a set of like skills or presentations, does it less draining for the persons?
It will make you can cope. It's a coping mechanism.
Okay.
So for me is I learn, that's the reason why if you go to my LinkedIn, I got a lot of certification. People call me a certification junkie. It's because I have to learn from people. Because I'm not natural. I know I'm not natural. I got to invest in learning from masters, like Jimbo, right, who came out with this box. Right? Page 5, it was from another guy called George. Yeah, most of the master trainers that I come across, I remember them because why they are all people that I benefit from. And these those that I find is good. Yeah, there are also handful that is not good, but yeah, that one is another story. Yeah, so for me, yes, I use training as a way to compensate my presentation. At least I can do the job decently. Yeah, and make a living. And do I like doing training? I like. Is it because I like presenting? No. I like doing training because I like to get to see people like yourself, right, discovering something new. Not because I like sitting here, presenting. Yeah. But I learn to do it, right, and do it in a way where I won't get too tired. But having said that, I'm very careful not to overtrain. Yeah. Okay, make sense? Okay, now to use the box, right? Now I like you to fold. You can see the inside of the box, right, where your face is. If you see a line here in the middle, you fold it in outwards. You can actually put the red bar and the green bar, right? And you notice, hey, it's a battery. Yeah. So first of all, I've never communicated with Jimbo about this tool. But what made me very impressed about this tool is because, hey, exactly is the same idea as what I have here, Big 5. So Jimbo himself is also trained in psychometric, but not Big 5, something else. So yes, we are going to talk about your energy. Your natural energy, right, to support you in here. Right? What matters most to you. And your environment, right? Interestingly enough, what you have written here, right? Okay, could also depend on how you interact with people around you. So for example, okay, I actually had one box done, but I have blood stains on it because I had a paper cut. Then I didn't know. Then suddenly I have a lot of blood stain on my paper box. So if you have seen my heart shape here, right? Now, my topic when I was doing this, right, is to look at becoming more successful this year as a trainer and as a consultant. No, it was a very simple topic, right? And a few things I put here, right? One of the things I put here, okay, is confidence. I want to be more confident of the work that I do. Okay, because I know that doing training is not natural to me. So I want to increase my confidence level. And to have more confidence, right, I need to have more opportunity to do what? To do training. So I put confidence as one of my core. I put opportunity as what I need from people around me to be given more opportunity. But to be able to get more opportunity for people, I need to reach out. I need to engage with people. So the competency that I selected during my time when I was doing this was engage others. And my engage others was here. Someone natural. Okay, so then I started to work on the battery. Okay, for my engage others. Now today, right, I will not be able to cover all the 5 competencies. And there is no need for me to handhold you to do all 5, right? You can do this on your own after I've gone through that 1 competency. Now, whether or not you do all the 4, right, it will depend on how much you feel this is useful to you. I'm hopeful that you will finish the other 4. But I'll show you how to do that 1 competency, right? I will use one of this as an example. Later, when you do this on your own, right, here in class, that 1, right, okay, you can follow me. Or maybe we should have everyone follow the same. Okay, I tell you what, I change. All of you will follow the same. That 1 competency. Because this people development is throughout all of you. Okay, so I will use people development as the in-class activity to show you how to do this. Now, first thing is to go to your report, right? Scroll down to people development. Just checking with the 3 of you, Terence, Calvin, and Eva, whether you have your report.
Yeah.
Have, okay. You go to people development, which is something like page 31. Should be the same page number. Page 31. Okay, this report is it belongs to one of my clients. Okay, a marketing person. Okay, now, so imagine this is my report. Or rather, this is your report. All right, okay, you have your report. So let me just use this sample report to go through with you. Now, you all will see very quickly, right? There will be a list of all these N2 E6, whatever. Okay, you all should have the same N2 E6. Or rather, sorry, you all may not have the same, but the list of what we call the sub-traits, right, will be the same. Okay, you will have the same sub-trait, but their arrangement will be different. Now, how are all these arranged? They are arranged based on whether we call them being a good fit, a medium fit, or poor fit. Now, what is this fit all about? Okay, let me then go back to your first report. Now, you don't have to refer to your first report, but in your first report, right, you will be given a profile. The profile is given to you based on how you responded to the assessment, right? The questions when you were doing. Now, your personality profile will be described to you in general using the 5 personality traits. Right? What are the 5? N, which is called need for stability. Original word is called neuroticism, the original psychology model. But this particular company changed it to be called need for stability. So N trait, right, okay, will be defined by 4 other subtraits. So you have N1, N2, N3, N4. Okay, N1, N2, N3, N4. All right, you will see this in your first report later when you read. That will determine your overall profile for N, need for stability. Right, what is need for stability? Is basically looking at how you tend to respond to stress. Now, how do we typically respond to stress? If it's for yourself, right? How do you typically, when you feel stressed, what do you do? You're for yourself.
I walk away from my desk. We have a drink.
Okay, you walk away from the desk, you have a drink. All right, so you walk away from people. Okay. Sometimes when we are stressed, okay, we eat. Right? Sometimes when we're stressed, we have a need to talk to people. Sometimes when we are stressed, people will know because why we will show on our face. We show on our action. Sometimes when we are stressed, we want to go somewhere and cool down. Right? So different people have different way of reacting to stress. That is one of 5 ways, right? Okay, that we look at a person's personality based on psychologists who have created this Big 5. Right? Now, of course, how we react to stress depends on 4 sub-traits, as we call it, characteristics, right? Now, in this particular people development, right, they have found N2 intensity to be relevant. How do they know? It's actually based on research. Where is the research? It's based on the identifier. So the identifier here is identifier that is based on research on this competency called people development, right? And because we are looking at someone who enjoy coaching others and so on, help others align and so on, serve as value advisor. Ooh, this is touch screen. Oh, interesting. Woo, it's fun. Okay. Serve as a value advisor and so on. All these are actually what? Behaviors. And all these behaviors, right, will all be related to your personality profile. So intensity is one of them. All right. And if I scroll down, right, let's look at whether there's any other N trait. We have worry. Worry is another trait, another sub-trait that is related to people development. Okay, so only 2 out of the 4 N traits are related. Why not all 4? Because the other 2 are not relevant. Okay, now this is then done and repeated in the other traits. Your E, your O, your A, and your C. All these are done automatically on the system. Okay, so the list of these sub-traits that you see here are the list of sub-traits or characteristics. They are related to the competency people development based on what we see, right, in the way people behave, the way you behave, right? Now, the battery level here, right, depends on how many and what among all these characteristics are what we call good fit. What is the meaning of good fit? Okay, that means, for example, N2 intensity. People with low and moderate level of intensity allow rationality to take precedence over intense emotion so that business needs and development goals stay in the forefront of people development work. Now, N2 intensity, right, talks about how much of a emotional stability we have, right? Now, when we feel stress, one of the negative emotion that will be created in us is anxiety, right? So when we feel a lot of anxiety, we might not take rational action. Now, in people development, right, we need people to be rational regardless of stress level. So that is why they say here, people with low and moderate level of intensity, right, will allow more rational decision to take place. Now, for this person, this is a good fit. Why? Because the person's personality trait for N2, right, is low or moderate. Okay? Now, how many of you, if you look at your own report, right, how many of you, your N2 is green?
Green.
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 Green, okay? All right, okay? Some of you are green. Okay? Some of you could be yellow. Some could be red. It's just a matter of what is in your first report, right? You are green because your first report shows you that your N2 is low or moderate. You may be yellow, right, because your N2 is slightly high. You are a red if your N2 is high. Okay?
High meaning what?
A lot. That means you feel a lot of intensity. Whenever you are in a stressful situation, you might feel a lot more anxiety than others. It can be anxiety, it can be anger, it can be uncertainty, right? We call these intense emotions. So we call it intensity. That's the word that we use, intensity. Okay? Right? No right or wrong, it's just who you are. Okay? Now, that's where things get a bit more interesting. Because people developer is important, right? We will focus on people developer. Now, the color happens to be exactly the same, so very good. So when we look at green, right, we are looking at those that are green. Now, regardless of whether you are 1 bar or 5 bar, right, you will see a few greens. Okay? And even if you are 5 bar, right, or 4 bar, you might still see some red. Okay? So, now, in the event that you don't see red, or you don't see green at all, you use the yellow. But come to me, later you have this issue. Okay, for very, very selected few of you, you may not have any green or any red. It could be all yellow. So it's very odd, but may have. Okay. If not, you should have at least some green and some red. Now, this is where things get a bit more interesting, right? If you look at people development, and when we look at focusing on the green and the red, so I use myself as an example, right? Using this report, right? Now I want to look through all the green. So for my report here, I have N2, intensity, tech, imagination, others needs, agreement, and detail. Wow, so many to focus on that I want to capitalize. What is capitalize? I want to make use of this good fit, right? That I can then use, right, to achieve what I want to achieve here. So for example, just like I mentioned, right? Confidence and opportunity. They are important to me. Confidence, opportunity. Then I ask myself, okay, confidence. Confidence is something that I want to gain through opportunity. Which of the green ones should I be looking at? So now if I ask you to be my coach, right? And you know I'm green in all these. Which one should I focus on, right? So that I can get more opportunity from others and therefore become more confident.
After this,
Okay, why?
arrangement,
Others needs, this one. Okay, and what else? Or rather, can you explain to us why you think other needs is important to you? So that I can get more opportunity to get more confidence.
because actually you must know other needs, then you can able to design the program actually, then present to relevant for the others. So from you, then you can get more confident because actually what you prepare is what the other needs.
Correct. Good. So yeah, other things is probably what I should focus on, because if the only way I can get opportunity, or the good way to get my opportunity, is where I can meet people's needs. And my personality profile is such that I am natural in getting to know other people's needs. I am moderate and highly sensitive to others' needs. And people development is to cater to other people's needs. Okay, great. So then I will write down others' needs here. So I put others' needs, and then I'll explain why this is important. Okay, for me to get what I want to get here. Now you get what I'm trying to say? So you don't have to look at all this. Just pick the ones, right, that is important to your picture here.
So usually you pick one or like how many out from each competence?
Okay. For me is my habit is I don't like to look at so many things. So I will pick at most 2 or 3. But maybe I can only find one. Also can. Okay. If you want to not miss out on anything, you can write down as many as you want. But what is condition related to this piece? Because this is your what? This is your why. You can have a lot of things, but if they're not related to today's topic and the why, then it's not what we want to look at first. Our today's focus, like I mentioned in this morning, is about your academy. It's about your why statement, right? The support that you need, and yourself and who you are. Right? So now we are looking at who you are, tagged to your what is important here. Okay? So you look at your picture here. You look at whatever is green for you. Don't look at this report. This report is not your report. You look at yours. Then you look at the green. Which one is relevant to this part here?
The red one,
Red one later. We do green one first.
All right.
We do the positive one first. Red one later. Okay, do the red one first. Then I'll go around and see and guide you if you need my help.
Do we choose?
People development.
People development, the competency. Yeah, what you're saying?
Yeah, no. I'm saying that the example, we look at the green part. Then
Yeah.
how many do we have to choose?
2 at most. Okay, for me, my habit is 2 or 3 lah.
Or 2 or 3.
But you see, I will not worry about how many. I will more focus on which one is relevant.
Oh.
Yes. Must always fall back onto your heart picture. That's why we ask you to fold. Hey, if you fold, then very good. Hey, wow, I can see. Yeah, the folding is a bit odd. Like that. You can see. Yes, come.
No, you just give me the Tonga. I think like later I use a actual case my case.
Ah,
to
oh, you
see
want
whether is it correct?
Okay, can.
Just to make sure because you only share one.
来，可以。People development should be page 31. We should all have the same pages. Yeah. Because it's alphabetically arranged. 来，你的青色是什么？OK。你几个吧？OK。你算有你做吧。
这边我可以问你一下，
可以，来，
OK，
来。
就比如我说我
对，
现在来讲我有这个有9个嘛，所以actually你觉得你刚才认识我了你觉得哪一个是？
我会看这边。
OK
因为我可能不是很认识你，所以我要看这个，这个是你嘛？
对。
OK， 所以你有 happy 是什么
？appreciation、promotion、
OK
recognition
OK。
对。
So then 这是你的 support 对吗？
对。
你要 given 就什么？
对
trust。OK， 所以你可以看哦，给 maybe trust， 你觉得 trust 很重要？Because trust once you have trust of other people you can do things for them, you will feel happy 啦， then you recognition and so on, right? So 哪一个 sub trait 这边是很关系到 trust 的 ，is very related to trust。那你选。
OK。
What is this? Moderate levels of worry help ensure appropriate.
你的 N1 你的 N1 呢，在你的 trait report 是 exactly moderate。你是跟那个一模一样是什么？有没有是在中间呢？你的 N1 应该在中间。
So now is basically how this actually support my this, right?
Correct. Yeah, it may not be 可能没有就不用紧。那你看其他的咯，你看哪一个是最 relevant 的？Yeah, no need to be rocket science or must really select the actual correct. Doesn't matter. It's your own impression, your perspective.
So for the intensity level, is it actually mentioned like when you get stressed? Because I see the Chinese version is like when you still performing actually even you have emotion.
So 中文你是青色因为 I think 你的 N2 是，你看你的 N2， 你的 trait report 你的第一个 report， 你的 N2 应该是 low 的 ，low 还是 middle？
哪一个？
你的那个，你回去你的那个第一个 report。
第一个
你的 trait report。这个。OK， 你去 last page， 你 scroll down all the way to last page， 那个 summary page。等。三点。上，应该是这边对，再上一点，看那个 N2， 你的 N2 是 moderate， 那面是 green 因为你是 low moderate， 看朝下的，going to the left hand side，so that's why 你的是青色。That means you don't tend to show your stress out to people. You come across as more calm.
Right here, right?
对啊，你可以写在 box 里面，你可以 up to you.
Just
This is freedom. Yeah. Can use pen, can use marker. Okay, can be a lot lah. Yep. Okay, choose one of the sub trait first. All right, select one. Then I like to ask you all to share what you have selected. Okay, you all have one ready? Just choose one first. Choose one of the green. Have okay. Can I ask any of you to just share with the rest. Okay, which green do you select and why do you think is important to what you have here? Okay, whoever is ready can share. Yes, Ray share first. You want to share? Okay, come. I give you this mic. You can record. Yes.
Okay, so I put in here actually for the support is like trust, recognition, different view, accept change, open to speed up. So what I have choosing actually is like sociable and other needs. Okay.
Sociable and other needs. Okay.
Yeah, correct. And the third one actually is warmness. So because actually like it must be interaction, willing let people feel willing to help and then open to care for others. So actually people feel the trust and sincerity for me lah. So they will feel me is a reliable lor. Yeah, correct.
So reliability in your mind is to be socializing with people, to demonstrate warmth, all right, and to show that you care about what they need.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So no right or wrong, right? But it sounds logical.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Okay. Yes, Terence.
Okay.
What do you have?
Okay, for my support area, I have, for example, support, understanding, opportunity, trust. So what happened under people developer, I choose E5, trust of others, basically to gain their support so as I can fulfill my core goal.
Okay. So then your E5 is green.
Green.
Okay, good. All right. Makes sense. Okay. Calvin?
For mine is okay. I choose basically in terms of the support wise, so as to achieve the achievement, right? I put as other needs. So I will actually feel the satisfaction, and of course the second one is actually trust of others. Yeah.
Okay. So your others needs and trust of others, they are both green.
Green, yes.
Okay. So these are two that you can leverage, right? To demonstrate more of because you have the energy to do it. Yeah, a good fit.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay, Eva, your turn.
I also choose trust of others because is that when people have trust, they can do this well, then will I be able to get things like appreciation, satisfaction, recognition, etc.
Okay. All right. Please pass to Cheryl.
Okay, so as for like my core and wider environment side, for example, just choose two out from this. Basically having the trust and belief from the top. Okay, strong alignments and understanding what is R&D all about, the second point. So in order for me to achieve this, right? Okay.
This is Cheryl's report,
Okay,
by the way.
so, yeah,
So what do you choose?
So
No. Okay.
yeah. So for me to choose, this is my report. So I choose worries and others needs. Okay, why is it so? I think we're being sensitive to the worries, like the concerns and the headaches that the stakeholder, which is the boss, right? Let's say I want to gain their support, I must empathize and understand where are they going through, so they feel the connections that I'm with them, and also other needs is the same. Because only when they feel that I really understand what are they going through, then they'll trust me and give me more empowerments to do what I want to do for OA. Yep.
Yeah. Right. Interesting, right? Worry, you'll be thinking, wow, not a very positive term, right? But actually the worry that we talk about, right, is how you show people that you are worried for
them.
For them. So even in customer service, we want customer service people to have high worry. Because imagine talking to a customer service person who is like, okay, never mind, whatever. You'll be very angry actually. Because the person like bochap, right? And what you are, okay? Okay, so yeah, so you got it. Yes. Okay.
So
Come.
does it mean to say for Cheryl, if she showed even more worry, that it will be better, an even better fit?
Okay, so in this case, right, they very clearly say that it's a moderate level, not moderate or high. So based on the research, right, you cannot show too much worry. Because if you show too much worry, what could happen? People may not be confident you can solve the problem.
I'm very worried about
Yeah, they very worried about you now, no? Because you show too much worry. So there must be moderate, must balance.
steady lah.
Must balance, not too much. Or not too little. In the middle. Okay. Yeah, so that's, as you notice, some you can be high, like moderate to high. Like you can. Some only moderate. So it's very clear. This report, what I like, is very clear. The language is very clear. There's no ambiguity. So you know how to do this already, right? Now it's reverse engineer. Now go on to the rate.
So I use mine also, can?
Can you scroll down to the rate? Okay. You only got choose to choose from. So you choose whichever one, or can choose both also can.
Whichever one that will hindrance my.
Yes, will be a problem with you for the picture that you are trying to achieve.
Okay, so agreements.
Okay.
So I moderate and high agreement. That means that I don't really agree with people so easily.
Correct. So you notice that Cheryl is red. For everything that you have red here, right? You're opposite of what they say. So for example, right, they say here, moderate and high agreement scores support the facilitation and collaborative approach needed for effective people. That means if today Cheryl is moderate and high on this, right? This will not be red. This will be green. But why is it red? What is missing here? Low. That means very clear. If we go to Cheryl's first report, your trip report, right? We can see your A1, your A2 agreement will be low. Yeah.
That means that I don't easily agree.
Correct.
Or I don't easily trust people. Right?
You must see your both. You don't agree with people because you don't trust people. Maybe. Right? Yeah. Alright. So these two, right, are very related. Okay, of course, sometimes you don't agree, but you trust people. Your disagreement with people is something else, some other reason, some other preference, right? But it could be because you don't trust people. Yeah.
CB, can you give me a chance to throw this question?
Can, please go ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Practice. So, okay, I share with you what is mine. Then you all can advise me, right? Out of these two, which ones will be the hindrance to achieve this? Okay, so basically, of course, what I said over here, what the support is trust and belief. Okay, of L&D for the top management to support what OA want to drive. Okay, this part. All right. So, what will be the hindrance that y'all think? It's not the answer. I just advise what y'all think.
Yeah, you want them to choose between these two.
Yeah.
Okay. Now to make it,
Okay.
to increase one more choice, right? You can also look at the yellow one.
Okay.
Yeah, because yellow is neither here nor there. So got two to choose, very boring. Because this one very energizing. People development. So you all look at these three. The yellow and the red.
Sharon, your question is which one of these three
For hindrance,
hindrance who?
hindrance me to achieve this.
Oh.
Because the whole entire of this exercise is we want to have this support, right?
Mm.
Okay, so in order to have this support, these are the things that will enable us to achieve this. Okay, so the red one will be what will hinder me, to get this support. Because nothing comes from free one. I want support from boss, I want this, I want that. But then what are the capabilities that we have in order to achieve this?
Of course, a bit tricky. Cheryl is your boss.
No, it's okay.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to suggest. She might not have to take your suggestion and she won't tell you.
It's
She
okay,
will
I
only
don't
listen.
find anybody. Yeah.
So what we want to achieve is to get support from the management.
Yes, get supports, more trust and supports of and understanding of what really OA can achieve for them. All right, this is what I want to gain, right? Yeah, in order to reach the core. But there is certain hindrance in my competencies that hindrance me to achieve this.
So based on these three, right, which one will you tell Cheryl to focus on?
E5.
Okay. Explain.
Why? Because actually when you trust the other, then you can able to go for next level agreement.
Okay. Fair enough.
This is how analysis may be wrong. So because if you trust the person, so you will think about, hey, is it possible for agreement or that? But it's not of the task only. Yeah. So from
Meaning
the
I
people
must,
view,
for example, okay, I see whether I get it correctly. Meaning for example, at certain times, maybe the boss has certain directions. But because I'm very mindful, so I didn't trust. But I think having this is telling myself, trust her that her visions, her directions is actually correct for the company. Is that what you mean? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, I will add on. Okay, yes. But does it mean that we want Cheryl to change?
No,
To become someone to be trusting about everything?
no.
No lah. I mean, this is who you are, right?
Just adjust.
Yeah.
You can show that you trust. You may not necessarily trust.
Oh.
So you see, so again, I'm just hypothetically speaking, right? Okay, that if this is I think my EVA also very low one. Can't remember it. I'm also a skeptic. So you see, when we don't trust someone's what someone is saying, right? We will show it. We will show it by our facial expression. You get the kind of, you sure? The kind of face.
Frowning,
Are you huh?
I know.
Are you huh? Or you do whatever you can think of, huh? All right, that you like, hey, why you don't trust me? So now that, like what Ray said, that okay, so let's say going back to Cheryl, right? Cheryl need to show more of this. Then be more mindful not to frown. Be more mindful not to say huh. Be more mindful not to
Okay.
ask questions that will get the people to think, that person think that, hey, you don't trust me.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
More on the behaviors got to be mindful about.
Yeah. You can still continue to be like that, which is likely to be, where you'll be. Because, well, for this competency, right, people development, E5 is, for her is red. But other competency, right, you will see is a green. Because that competency, you cannot trust people too much. So for every red that you see here can be green somewhere else. That's the beauty of the competencies that we have selected.
Depends on what competency is required.
Correct.
Okay, thank you for the advice.
Okay.
Any others?
Yeah, come. Each one of you say something lah. Each one of you say something. Come.
If let's say it's the same, then it's okay. Let's say it's not the same, then it's okay.
So that cannot be the same.
The same as Freya.
So that they have. What is the reasons that you think trust for to show the I trust you, I trust your directions, I trust where are you going?
Because first thing, if you don't give the other person trust, or you don't trust what the other person say, your mind is off, shut off. So if your mind is shut off, the other person can see and sense it. So of course they will also close up. Not explaining already.
Okay, good point.
Yeah. I think for this big five profile is more for like self adjustment. So actually like why I will suggest, so like don't let people feel sense it . So you are more easy for your job more easy for the buy-in for the bosses .
Yeah, very good.
Right.
Yes. It's about the impression that you give people.
Yeah,
Impression.
it shows that he's been industry, so more easy for your job. You might have to say the right word, more easy.
Yeah.
Easier. Okay, thank you for the advice. Anybody that is
Anything that's different from E5? E5? Okay.
same thing. Okay, thank
I will say E6.
you. What is the reason?
Okay, it's about, how it's also to come across as whether it matters to you, right? If it matters to you that much, right? And that's the reason why they say moderate. You notice it's not about low or high tech. If you are too careful, you use 客套话, as we say. 哇，老板很好很好。老板 here too much 很好很好啊。老板 also say you're fake you're not real Okay. So if it's too tactful, also not good, right? If it's not tactful at all, 哎，老板这个不行啦，这个不可以 also not very good So okay, Cheryl, you are not moderate because you are yellow. It means either you are low or you are high. You can go and see which one. Yeah, high.
Very tactful.
Too careful, right? So very interesting, right? Since Cheryl talked about this, this is where big five get very, very interesting. Okay. Cheryl is high on tech. I mean, she's very careful what she says. But yet, she's low on trust. How is that even possible? So she doesn't naturally, Cheryl doesn't agree, let's say, right, with maybe a thing that the boss says. Okay. But she's very careful in how she responds. So, okay, we will ask you later, but can you guess what will be her behavior then? If she, number one, doesn't trust what the boss says, but yet she's very careful. How?
By saying the right word at the right place.
Okay, all right. But she doesn't trust the boss.
Yeah.
So for her to say that, very difficult, right?
Yeah.
Okay. She might not even say it. She will just nod her head, but in her mind, I don't agree.
Sadly,
And then go back, will be like, wow, then think about it. And maybe next day go to the boss, are you sure this will work? Correct or not? Is it like that?
Most of the time.
Most of the time, okay.
I wouldn't say at the right.
yeah, most of
Yeah.
You won't say it then and then.
I would say maybe 2 days later
2
or
days
after
later,
I
think
think
through.
thoroughly. Yeah.
Right? She might think too high already, and your C is high, if I remember. Your C, right? Your C trait. Her C trait is very high. So she will really prepare.
Prepare, yeah.
She will prepare before she go to the boss and say why she doesn't agree. But she will not say it then.
What does this mean to you?
It depends on the boss. To some bosses, if the boss really want the response from you then and then, okay. If you work under American boss, they won't like you. American bosses, again, I'm just being very stereotypical. American bosses like more upfront. If everything we agree today, don't tomorrow come and to me, you 不同意 or don't agree again. American bosses don't like that. But other than that, it depends on the boss. So some bosses are still open for discussion. Some bosses want immediate and close it and then we move on. Yeah. So you are in an Asian company, then good. Yeah. So again, depends on the boss. Doesn't mean it works all the time. Yeah. But I always say this, if you are in the job for so long, it means it works for you.
It's good to always know myself more.
Correct. Right.
Because different situation work differently.
Also because bosses also will change. Yeah. So it's good to be aware. Whether you want to use it or not, it's up to you. But you be aware. At least you are aware of where it is. So there's a lot, no? There's a lot you can do. What I've just done, right, is just one competency. You got 5. Right? So you got 5 sets of red and blue to look at. Now I didn't set aside time to do all 5 because it's impossible. And a lot of this kind of thing, we want you to think through. Don't do it because of time constraint. Because in every workshop, there's always time constraint. The time constraint is good, right, for everyone to experience the same experience. That one time how to do it. But to complete the whole work, you will have to do it on your own, at your own pace, at your own time. Not that you know how to do it. Okay, so we'll never expect you to finish everything by today anyway. Okay, but the step is always very simple. Always fall back onto this one. Right, your purpose, right, and your target and your environment. Because this is the one that came from where? Came from this one, the topic that you put on. Which is ultimately the focus of today's session. Now, you may be wondering, okay, what's next? After I've done all this, right? Now, after you've done all this, of course, okay, is what we call action planning. Right? So what do you want to set yourself to do after you are aware of your fit and your good fit and your poor fit? Right? What do you want to do next? Okay. So on that piece, right? Yeah.
Question.
Yes, please.
The red color how?
Say again. Yellow. Look at yellow.
Oh, they look at yellow.
Look at yellow. Cannot be all green one. I never see anyone with all green. That one is really perfect match. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm also mindful that there are 3 of you who have not gone through your full Big 5. So Cheryl is certified. So I'll ask Cheryl to go through with the 3 of you. And then maybe Ray can also attend if you want to. Ray, you never go for certification, right?
Never. Yeah.
She only gone through with you your report.
Yeah, she goes with me.
Okay.
This year, last year.
Last year, because she went to the course in September, I think.
Yeah,
for the certification. Yeah, was conducted by my other colleague. Yeah. So after you have, you might want to maybe go through with Cheryl first, your first report. Then you complete the rest. Okay, so it may give you a bit more confident of what you are writing. Not that you can't read and so on, right? You have really done one competency, but knowing your first report made the process a lot smoother. Right, you know this Ray a lot faster because he knows his first report. You've gone through the interpretation with her, right? She walked you through before, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Okay.
First report is a trade report.
The trade report. That one is what we call your blueprint. That one is it describes you. Competency report is what we call the applied report. We use your blueprint to come up with this. Actually, this Big 5 too got 7 reports. Got leadership, got team, got career, got a lot of other reports. Yeah. But we are only using competency because we want to talk about your role, your job and your what you do in OSIM Academy. Okay. Now, of course, the next thing that we'll do, right, is to talk about what's the next step. Okay. Oh, she's busy with the food. Okay, the food is here. Okay. We put the sofa here first. 我们放这边先。要不然，我再 go through the one last bit. Okay, so the one last bit to look at, right, is
Your longer.
okay 哦，谢谢你。OK， 我这里要买一个这个东西，很好玩的。
Interactive.
好，买要那种 Smart TV 啊。OK， 我按 button 先，等一下啊。OK， 很好。OK。Now we may not fill every panel because this box is used in different setting, all right? But I want to share with you all this. Wait oops. 这个要按 3 dot, right? Hide presenter view. Okay, good. Okay. So you see on your panel here, there are 4 other boxes. Now, after you have done your battery, you are fully aware of okay, what you are natural to do, what is not so natural, based on your what is core to you and your environment, right? Then of course the next thing is to set some action. Okay, what do you want to do about it? Now, what new actions might others see you do? Right? And this new action, right, should come from a combination of green and red. Okay? Now I'm fully aware that this is a small box. If you think you need more space, you can always use another panel. Doesn't matter. Okay? But to guide you in the 4 steps, the first one is talk about what will others see you do. Your action. Alright? Your doing. Okay? So you can write down first. Alright? Okay, maybe later I will share this. Yeah, I'll share the slides with Cheryl. Then she can send you.
Sure.
The other one, hear you say. What will you say more often? Right? What are the words that you will use more often? So I'll give you an example for myself, right? Because I do coaching. I'm not a natural coach. I do a lot of things that are not natural to me. I don't know why. Okay, I get very tired every day. Okay. One of the things I learned to say a lot more, right, when I do coaching is I hear you, I feel you. Because I like to jump into problem solving. So, but then my problem is that I don't let people feel that I have heard their problem. And what is worse when you have people trying to solve your problem is you have a feeling that they don't even know what is your problem. Then you try and become busybody and try to tell you what to do, right? You get very frustrated. Okay. So as a coach, I've learned I need to say more of I hear you, I feel you, I empathize with you. I can only imagine how you feel, even though I can't. I will still say that. So that after that, when I do the problem solving, right, which is not what a coach should do, but anyway, I can get more buy-in from the person. Okay, this is something that I learned in the past 1 year coaching all the startup people. Okay, for Central Venture. Very tiring. Okay, so this is about say. Next, what new feedback might others give you? So if you are doing that, if you are saying that, all right, what would others say more or new about you? So remember, we are talking about building a better box, right? So a better box is better for the context of what is better for you. And what is better for you is you can achieve this. And all the things that you do, all the things that you say, that you will start doing, you start saying, right, is actually to make it better for you here. So what feedback will you get from others, right? And the last one, when you look yourself in the mirror, what might be different? Okay, now this one is a bit more perspective, right? Now, I like to put it this way. If you are seeing yourself as another person, this is like those out of the body experience. So you can imagine, right? You're seeing yourself doing what you're doing, right? How will you see yourself doing it differently? So for me, right? Okay, when I was doing this for me, I will see myself as asking more question than giving more solution. That's how I wrote down for myself when I was doing mine. Right? Okay, I will be able to see myself as a person who asks more questions than giving solution to people. Very, very simple things that you will see yourself as another person. So how will you see the person? Okay, if you are doing all this, you are saying all this, you get all this feedback, how will you see yourself? Okay, any question, any thoughts?
So we have done for this green color and green color.
Correct.
Okay, so first step. Secondly, after we done this, right? So actually we need to set ourselves what we need to do, what we need to say, what we need to feedback, and what we see ourselves, right? So
Correct.
we based on as a general or based on one of the point from green or one of the point for the green.
Okay, what I would suggest is you can make it to be more specific, all right?
Okay.
But you will need to have more space. This one not enough,
correct.
right? But if you just want to try it out one time, because again, this is not what we will take back, this is review. You can always refer back. Okay, then if you just want to have a more general feel, right, is you can look at what you have written in general. Now you notice one thing, very interesting thing that you would experience, right, is as you go through your red and the green throughout the competency, you'll notice, right, some of them will repeat. Like for example, if I use Cheryl example, right, your green just now was worry. Your worry was moderate. Your same N1 worry, right, might repeat itself in another competency. There's also green for the rest. Okay, because after all, your competency was selected for a type of job. So the competency cannot be too different from each other. There could be some overlap. So you can see that actually you don't really have a lot to look at eventually. It seems a lot now because you just started doing. After a while, they are almost all more or less the same. Then you, in general, decide what is that one thing that you will start doing. Okay. Now, what they say here is a new thing that is different. Well, I will say this, it can be new. It can be something that you are already doing, but you want to do more of. Also can.
Or be better in that things.
It can be better in that thing as well. Yes. Then this one is you say more of, or you start saying differently. So for me, is I never say things like I hear you, I feel you. I don't find that very useful, but I realize actually very useful. Okay. It's something new for me. Yeah. Then this is the feedback that you get from others. What others will feedback about you when they see you doing this and this.
So it's just imagination.
Just imagination, right? Okay, or you can put it this way, what you hope people will feedback to you when you do more, when you do this too. What is your wish? And this is how you will see yourself differently. If you take yourself out of your body, you see yourself as another person, how will this person look like? Okay, so this is the fun part. This is the we are going towards the end. But any question first before we do the finale? No. Okay. Now this box will continue to be with you. So I encourage you to keep the box. Why also? Because Cheryl might go and learn how to do this. And come back, she might want to do something with you all with the box. Okay, because a box is a living document. It continues on. Right? Doesn't end today. Right? Continues on as long as you are part of the OSIM Academy. Because we talk about OSIM Academy today. Okay. So we're going to do a finale activity, right? I was thinking of doing outside the main hall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You need the space, right?
Yeah, the connection. Can also can.
Yeah.
Go always. Okay lah. We can do that. Okay. So we will first of all, right, connect all the boxes together. Okay.
TV still got one column, so wait.
Yeah. Oh, this one is for another topic.
thing,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so we are not using that one. Okay, so you connect to each other's box by connecting the Velcro. So for example, I will connect with Sharon this way. Okay, all right. Okay, but I'm not part of the team, so you all connect.
There's no Velcro.
You must trust me.
Trust the process. Trust the process.
Trust the person.
Okay, okay, okay.
No. The other side.
Okay, yes, I'll help you take a picture. Okay, so for this activity, right, is I like you all to go into the box. Bigger space. Okay, now I'd like you all to go into the box. But face each other lah. Don't be shy, don't be shy. Yeah. A bit tight, okay, got bad breath, sorry.
So where is this going to be?
Okay, so like that, okay. So just say one word, right, on how you feel about today's session. One word. How you feel now at this moment about today's session?
Any word?
Any word?
Insightful.
Okay. Okay.
Inspiring.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Just come awareness.
Clarity.
Awareness.
Awareness. Okay, can. All right, thank you. You can take out the box. All right. Okay, we like to take a group picture of all of you wearing the box.
Maybe take a picture like this.
Take a picture. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, wait. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay, now you write the box. Okay. Write the box with the panel coming down, so you can see the full face that you drew. You know, in Hong Kong, right, I heard from the trainer, right, that this activity not very popular. Because in Hong Kong, right, if the police catch you, they put a bag over your head. Yeah, that was what he told me. I was like, wow, that's culture for you, no? So Hong Kong not very popular. Here, never mind, we don't put plastic bag. Cover the eye, the this one. Then can see the full face. Okay, come. Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more. 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next thing to do, right, is I'm going to take a video, right, for you all to take out the box, and then you all throw, like graduation like that. Okay, you all graduated from out of the box now. We have created a better box.
So we just throw lah.
Just throw like that forward.
Okay.
I'm going to take a video. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Hey.